All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the channel. This is the Late Show with your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. So nice to see you all. I hope you have all been keeping safe. I hope you have all been keeping well. We're going to have some auction previews again, predominantly online only auctions from Bonhams based in Hong Kong, and then also one of their affiliates in Stockholm, which is Bukowski's. So once again, there are some interesting watches, some watches that usually fall under the radar and therefore could present interesting value propositions. And certainly, there are also a few other watch news that we will go back to. As always, I want to start with a few different watches that I focused on my Instagram over the last few days. Let's start with that. Hey, Mr. Stiefel, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. So we warm up these vocal cords, warm up the spirits, and go from there. This is the Italian designer Valentino Caravani, who, just like Madonna, just usually goes by his first name, Valentino. And guessing he's on his private jet. I think this was a scene from that little documentary they did about him called The Last Emperor. Um, and he likes dogs. He has, I think, a whole band of pugs that follow him everywhere. I think about four of them, and they're sitting here with him. And he's wearing one of these old school Piaget watches, the Piaget Polo. Of course, most recently, you might know the Piaget Polo from the relatively generic sports model that they have produced. But in olden times, they used to be these quartz powered 18 karat gold pieces that had some of the most integrated looks, as you can see. I guess you can, when you look at the bracelet, uh, there are aspects of the watch that are more similar to, let's say, Rolex's King Midas rather than any other watch. Although I think the Piaget Polo in this particular design precedes the King Midas. Um, Off the top of my head, I'm not gonna go back to check the release dates now, but that's what I remember. In either case, this was an interesting design, certainly a great example of the integrated look that did not quite make it, and for all sorts of reasons that you and I can imagine. Obviously, the Swiss managed to redefine the business of watches, the business of wristwatches, uh, about luxury. Um, of course, since that happened in the wake of the quartz crisis, a lot of the watches that were associated with quartz movements, aligned with quartz movements, somehow fell off the radar as well. Of course, um, the trend was through the 70s, through the 80s, even to a certain extent, the 90s, about smaller, slimmer watches that are oftentimes more sleek, um, not objectively, but perhaps from a certain perspective, more elegant since they are dressier. And quartz movements, of course, are quite appropriate for that kind of watch for two practical reasons. The immediate reason, of course, is the fact that it takes up less real estate within the case. So quartz movements, by definition, allow for designs that have a thinner case profile. Um, of course, especially by now, we have we have movement technologies, starting with micro rotor movements, of course, also high performing hand wound pieces, peripheral rotors. We have all sorts of abilities these days that allow for very sleek, very fine, uh, very thin profiled watches. I guess Bulgari's Octofinissimo would be a great example for that. Um, but that was the strength of the quartz movements in the 70s, and at a time where perhaps the sleekness, the thinness of watch movements became more desired. Uh, for example, that was the time where Patek uh, came up with the caliber 240, right, which is a micro rotor movement, iterations of which today power anything from perpetual calendars to um, world timers to different kinds of nautiluses, so on and so forth. Um, but yeah, the Piaget Polo was certainly of its time, was quite hot at a time, enough to have made it um, to Valentino's wrist. I was also thinking about the 50 Fathoms. We talked quite a bit about anniversaries on this channel recently. Um, and make no mistake, the 50 Fathoms is the first modern dive watch created for the purpose by Jean-Jacques Fichter, who was leading the company at the time. Fichter, by the way, is a very capable, well, was, unfortunately, we lost him last year, is a very capable author who published quite a few books in French, a rather good stylist, um, clearly also a great designer as well. Came up with this watch in 1953, since uh, the frogmen of the French Navy contacted him for a purpose-built piece. So 2023, in fact, is the 70th anniversary of the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, and it also happens to be 2023, the 40th anniversary of Swatch as a brand. So I thought maybe it's the right time that they might make Blancpain X Swatch collaboration for an affordable quartz version of this particular piece. Some of you might be familiar with the story. You know, I had when I was a teenager. Um, I used to wear some Timex weekenders, but my absolute favorite wristwatch was my Swatch Diver, which was in this obnoxious neon yellow green kind of color with a rotational bezel that I'd love to fidget around with. Um, but all of that being said, I just came up with the Thrifty Fathoms name. This is, of course, an early advertisement by the USA distributor, uh, Alan Tornek company, also of the Tornek Rayville fame. You are probably familiar with those mil-spec divers from the time as well. And they were selling these at $90 a pop at the time. And send $99 with your order, it says, and we ship post-paid. And you could apparently order it by mail, try it for 10 days, wear it, dive with it, test it for accuracy. If you don't agree it's the finest product of its kind, you can return it for full refund. It's fascinating. But I think that $90 price tag was really attractive to me. And I was thinking, hey, what better way to celebrate the 70th anniversary of this piece by doing a Blancpain Swatch collaboration, Thrifty Fathoms, for less than $100. And that was their stated goal, wasn't it? With the whole Moon Swatch debacle, they were trying to shine some light, bring some attention to Omega and the Speedmaster, the legendary Moon Swatch. And if their purpose is not to simply sell more swatches, but really spark some joy and some excitement about other iconic designs from the Swatch Group catalog, and when necessary, shine some light about some of the more under the radar pieces within that catalog. Blancpain Swatch Thrifty Fathoms, trademarked by me, would be a great way to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the design itself and the 40th anniversary of Swatch. But yeah, it's an incredibly balanced design. There's a reason that people have been clamoring for a smaller, more wearable version of the piece that is more akin to the original design. And Act 1 pieces that were released in 3 different runs of 70 were pretty close. I hope ultimately by the end of the year, Blancpain will introduce something to the lineup that's permanent, that is there to stay, and that is perhaps closer to 42 millimeters rather than the 45. It is what it is. It might be a sign of the times. It might be just because I have very puny wrists myself, but I think that would be a good idea. They have already been at it for about 20 years now with the new generation, the sapphire bezel, the oversized proportions, and perhaps it's time to scale back in 2023. And finally, I was thinking a little bit about the legacy of IWC's Da Vinci Perpetual Calendar Chronograph, which, when it came out in 1985, was only the second of its kind in serial production after the Patek Philippe 1518, right, which was only produced in 281 examples and only between the years of 1941 to 1954. And it was Kurt Klaus's much vaunted perpetual calendar module that they set on Valjoux 7750 base that made the IWC Perpetual Calendar Chronograph possible. A few years after that, it was Richard Habring who came up with another module for Valjoux 7750, which the Germans call Doppelchronograph. That's just rose by another name, split-second chronograph, or rattrapante, as the French call it. And by the 10th anniversary of IWC's Da Vinci Perpetual Calendar chronograph, they had therefore the ability to add a 10th hand to the piece. This is a photograph from the Europa Star of the period, Europe's preeminent watch magazine. And it's really a beautiful piece from 1995. I think it stayed in production for a few years, but about 500 pieces of the perpetual calendar split second chronograph was produced. The reference is 3751. And they also made a lot of examples in 18 karat yellow gold, which was an unlimited production apparently at the time. This remains one of the most underrated pieces, the IWC reference 3751, or sometimes it is IW 3751. Nowadays can be gotten in 18 karat yellow gold almost around $10,000, which is insane, right? You get a split second perpetual calendar for how much again? In precious metal, it's crazy. Even the platinum versions can be easily found about, for about $25,000, which is a lot of money. Don't take me wrong. That's a nice chunk of money. But for this sort of piece, for that kind of complication, in platinum, it's a lot of watch for that kind of money. And it's good to remember again, only 500 of those were made. And if that's not your thing, right? If you don't like going vintage, neo-vintage, pre-owned, of course, Richard Habring continues the same tradition of Doppelchronograph and perpetual calendar, split second chronograph in his own company now that he runs with his wife, Habring 2, of course. And remember, they have a whole line of very exclusive pieces that they make out of Carinthia, if I'm not mistaken, in Austria. I want to say Klagenfurt, but probably not. I think it's an even smaller town in Carinthia. Völkermarkt, apparently. Quite suggestive as a name, but I think it's in the Carinthia region of Austria. But yes, they had the perpetual calendar, split second chronograph. They have now the smaller size, the 38 millimeter version of the split second chronograph, 38.5 millimeters. They used to have these in 42, and considering how limited the production is and how personal their care and attention is, I'm sure they can still be ordered in the 42 millimeter case too, if you are willing to reach to them directly or with one of their international sales points and retailers. They also have, of course, more recently their perpetual calendar chronograph that they introduced late last year. which comes in a few different colors by now, like this black, which gives those radial guilloche decorations for the subdials, vinyl-like groove. Of course, this is the standard model with the Salmon dial, and they also have they also had a collaboration with Masena Lab, with William Masena's Microbrands producer, which sold out pretty quickly as some of his designs continue to do. But yeah, this one is completely and absolutely sold out, and it has kind of grain of visual inspiration from black and white photograph of 1518. I guess it would be easy to just say it looks like a photographic negative of Patek Philippe 1518, and of course the monopusher execution and styling is itself a great vintage-like cue as well. Thomas Broadband, hey, nice to see you, man. IWC Klaus, yes, it's there's a very adorable anecdote about that. I know Kurt Klaus is a gentleman who loves dogs, and I've been told that he came up with the concept of that perpetual calendar module for the Valjoux 7750 when he was on a morning stroll with his canine companion, which is very very endearing, very adorable. Hey, Thomas, don't worry. no one's watching this show, so it's just between the two of us, man. It's really funny because a handful of people watch the show, but whenever I highlight something, whenever I post the link to a good deal on my Patreon, it disappears, in 2 days latest. So it's always, or whenever I draw attention to a particular listing, the watch sells sometimes before the broadcast ends. So it's an interesting coincidence. Burgundy jacket with stag bone and hand-sewn buttons not included. Yeah, it reminds me of these sorts of traditional jackets that Bavarians wear. I think they call it like what was it? Achtenjanker, I think. I think the buttons can be made from stag bone or something, but oftentimes I think, or nowadays, they're mostly made from wood, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can find it. The way I became familiar with these is I love watching Bayern München, and usually they celebrate Oktoberfest dressing up in traditional Bavarian garb. So that's how I discovered this particular styling. JB, thank you, my friend. 1999. Could I do a feature on 5930G? The world time and chrono has me amazed. You know, that's one of my favorite watches, right? I've been tooting the horn of that watch, pause, since uh, since a long time, but especially more since the 5935A came out, because I think, considering the inaccessibility and um, really unobtainability of the 5935A, this is a great option. But more importantly, it's also a better option. I think the 5935A is a little bit of a confused watch, if you ask me. Let me start with criticizing that a little bit, and then we talk about 5930, and I think that will give you more value for your money, JB. So 5935A was introduced as part of Patek's last bunch of pieces that they put out there, along with the new generation of the Patek Philippe Nautilus in 5811G. This was, in a way, the first time that their world time chronograph appeared in stainless steel, even though this particular combination of complications was previously available in other metals. Of course, even for that reason, it has a certain level of attraction for the Patek Philippe collector. It is also a kind of watch that continues a trend that we talked about many times on this channel, which is Patek's intensifying attempt in blurring the distinction between watches that are traditionally considered elegant, formal, and dressy on the one hand, and dynamic, sporty, and youthful on the other. But I think trying to appeal to both ends of that spectrum, this is a watch that goes astray a little bit, in my humble opinion. I love Salmon dials against white metal, make no mistake, but I think at this price point, and again, we're talking about a watch that lists for more or less $64,000, right? At this price point, I would expect that metal to be white gold, right? Platinum Patek would be certainly easily six figures, but I think it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect something like this to be maybe a tiny bit more expensive, but be in white gold. So I feel they're pushing it a little bit, no matter what the complication is. To ask $64,000 for this watch is a little too much, and we all know that on the secondary markets they're already running for much higher. I'm also somewhat disappointed at this basket weave guilloche pattern at the center of the dial, which I think again doesn't quite fit with the theme, especially because they insist on calling it carbon fiber or something, because it sounds cooler, I guess. I disagree. I mean, I associate Salmon, even when it's in this kind of more active sort of watch, I still associate it with worldly elegance. So the older guilloche pattern, which I will show in 5930, uh, would have been more fitting even for this watch. Um, but hey, I also love the combination of the two complications. It's This is almost as appealing to me as the kind of um, everyday utility and usefulness and even dynamism that 5960 represents, right? That combination of annual calendar and a self-winding chronograph that perhaps decades later gave Patek yet another winning formula after 1518, right? 1518, when it came out in 1941, was a revelation because it was, for the first time, a perpetual calendar chronograph in serial production, a watch that contained multitudes, a watch that squeezed in those two prestige complications into a case that was around 35 millimeters. You know what? I mean, what a thing. 5960, in the same way, was a watch when it came out that brought together an annual calendar and uh, an automatic chronograph. When it came out in 2006, which was the 10th anniversary of Patek's release of an annual calendar. And it combined those complications in a case that was a little larger than 40 millimeters, right? In this case, we had the combination in 5930G, and I'm shifting gears there now. Same movement, same idea, but I think an elegance that is today unmatched in Patek's own lineup. So this is the 5930 G, which is discontinued. Patek still has in the lineup the 5930P, right, which is the same case but in platinum with green dial. And that, as I mentioned, is in six figures. I think a little above $100,000. This is a 39.5 millimeter case diameter. Combines one of the definitive complications of Patek Philippe, which is a world time with a 24 city ring that you can cycle through with the help of a single pusher here at 10 o'clock. You also have in there the 24-hour ring as well that serves also as a AM, PM, day and night indicator, right? With the sun and moon as well at noon and at midnight. You also have this more intricate and elegant guilloche pattern at the center, which I think fits the vibe of the watch a little better, and the various shades of blue on the dial are at once um, very playful, but also just very powerful and even a little sporty as well. And remember, this is not only Patek's in-house integrated self-winding chronograph movement, it is also a flyback chronograph, which means that unlike traditional chronographs, which you would have to start, stop, and reset and start again if you want to time a new event, another interval in close succession. With a flyback chronograph, such as this one, you can start, and once you press reset, the counters will snap right back and continue their movement without you having to do anything else. So the flyback complication also adds maybe at least a third layer of usability, a third layer of utility to this particular piece. And I think this is just an incredible deal today. If you are moving in that segment, this is a piece that you can get on the secondary markets for around $50,000, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. And remember, that is at a significant discount, basically, compared to I didn't have it at ready, right? You know, I just found it randomly on Chrono 24 now at a seller who is based let me see, I think based in Japan. Yeah, at a seller based in Japan. It's listed around 53,000, but the seller also accepts offers. The original box is there, not the original papers. The condition is very good. Again, I've seen these listed for even less, and chances are that they might continue to go down in price as we approach the end of the year. And honestly, what a deal compared to 65 plus tax that you would have to pay for the 5935A, which is bigger, which is a little too extra for my liking. This one, the proportions of it are just amazing. I love the lugs of this case, which they have preserved, to be sure, for 5935 as well. Very sculptural, perfectly perfect added to the round case. There's that little bit of an asymmetry to the design, which I always appreciate, right? Just like the perpetual calendar split second chronograph that I was showing, you know, two pushers on the left flank and one on the right. It's this to me is probably one of the best Pateks you can get for the money. I have a few sleepers like this in the Patek range. I keep coming back to them, and hopefully we won't blow them up too much. But if you have, for whatever reason, if you have about 50,000, you know, 40, 50,000 lying around, these are the kinds of Pateks that people are sleeping on for now. And they will be coming back to it at a certain point in time. The 5930G and the 5235G. This is another personal favorite of mine. The annual calendar in white gold with the regulator style dial. This is also now discontinued. 5235R, I believe, is still in the lineup. And that's a cool watch. Don't take me wrong. It's the same watch in a different metal, in a different color combination, so to speak, but the same complication, the same movement, and the same dial layout. This is 5235G, which you can acquire on the secondary market around $40,000, and 4235R, which has the same micro rotor caliber and the same complication in a two-tone charcoal black dial with that same satin finish. And it's just a gorgeous watch, but it's an absolute sleeper, whether we are talking about the one in the Patek line today, which retails for around 60,000 plus tax, or the white gold version, which has been discontinued for a while now, and which today sells on the secondary market for around $40,000. And I know this is St. Peter's favorite piece as well. Ooh, St. Peter is here, and he agrees with me about the 5930G. The blue dial texture pattern is far superior. Again, guys, I realize it's a matter of personal taste, right? For me, that's just a kind of pattern or decoration that somehow fits the vibe of the watch a little better, and certainly fits that blue color much better as well. Whereas that basket weave pattern just looks out of place on a salmon dial. But that's just me. Might as well call the regulator dial 5235S for sleeper. You might. I think within the lineup it's sleeper. The discontinued model is sleeping even more tightly. But I think 5935R on the secondary market is also not ridiculously expensive either. I think it's yeah, you can, again, just one quick search, around $45,000. This model, I have to admit, the 5235 is more of an acquired taste than the 5930G. nevertheless, I still think it's a sleeper, and if you can get it around 40K, um, you'll not be, yeah, you'll not be disappointed for a decade to come and longer. 5930 G, I think that's a watch that, you get it around, around 45K, a little less, a little more. um, you'll be very well rewarded in the next, in decades to come. And certainly it's that kind of piece that would be easily an heirloom. Same here, by the way. I mean, it's look, St. Peter, I mean, we're talking about, if my aunt had testicles kind of moment there. But yes, I guess I would have liked the 5930G with a salmon dial and that guilloche pattern that has the ripple effect, at the center of the dial rather than the basket weave. I would have liked to see that, and chances are I might even like that a little more. Um, but as it is, I like the blue a lot more. And somehow, for this kind of flyback chronograph movement, somehow blue, I can associate it a little more. Maybe because it's also a travel watch. I don't know. Maybe, you know, I see blue as more appropriate as well. Salmon for me, that wearing this pink shirt today, and I was wearing pink earlier too. It's more of a lounge lizard kind of dial color, which I absolutely adore. Don't take me wrong, but somehow for me, blue, exudes more the appropriate vibe for this watch. I might be wrong. And yes, good call on that too. Um, I think I mean, I guess you can call it barley corn. Yeah, basically they call barley corn anything that's not quite Claude Paris uh, or waffle. Anything that's right between. Because Parmigiani Fleurier also calls the Tonda PF dial barley corn, and that's a very different pattern indeed. But yeah, I guess barley corn is what you can call this. I just find it a little more varied than the kind of barley corn that I see on Breguet dials sometimes. But yeah, barley corn, why not? Okay, so let's go. I want to also mention, since JB contributed the first super chat of the day, he gets another number for the raffle, for the February raffle. That is number 46. You can go to the community page and scroll down to see the details on that raffle, um, with along with the full list of entrants. Of course, the prize is, as it was for January, Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers 2022 collab watch. And this month's piece is the one with the lime green dial. So next up, since we talked a little bit about what I have been presenting on my Instagram, and we talked a little bit about some of the sleeper references in Patek Philippe. Again, by no means cheap watches, by no means necessarily bargains, but relatively speaking, good deals that have kind of made their way out of the catalog by now, that are represented in certain ways, but are nowhere to be found in that particular configuration. And that was the 5930G, which is a world time flyback chronograph in white gold with the blue dial, and the 5235G, which was the annual calendar with the regulator dial and with brushed silver background and blue accents. So both of these models, I think, are relatively under the radar and are yet to have their moment. One of my favorite places to be, again, this is the In Eichen Auctioneers. As you know, I highlighted in the recent past their De Bethune auction, which just closed yesterday. So if you would like to take a look at that and draw my attention to any of the specific lots, feel free to send in the lot number with the chat. But I'm going to focus for now at the timed pieces, of which they have quite a few. And as you know, they have a policy of no buyer's premium. So they're playing the role of the disruptor in the market with that particular policy, and are doing quite well for themselves. Some interesting pieces here. Like this platinum Jaeger-LeCoultre Day and Night. That has a fixed price of 21,600, but is currently being bid at 16,750 with less than 8 hours left on the clock. With a platinum case, power reserve at 11 o'clock, night and day, sun and moon indicator at 1 o'clock, moon phase at 6 o'clock, and of course, a glimpse onto the onto the movement on the flip side, which is a very nice rhodium plated and hand engraved piece. Speaking of, again, interesting deals, this is an automatic IWC dress watch in 18 karat yellow gold, self-winding with the Peloton technology. It's from the 60s, 34.5 millimeters, so quite wearable with 5 days left. Date at 3. Fixed price is $2,200, and it's currently being bid at $1,200 US with about 5 days to go. There are a few interesting Omega dress watches back to back, like this Constellation with the pipe hand dial. Gold capped case with a solid stainless steel case back and a golden observatory emblem. Built on a caliber 5.64, 35 millimeter in case diameter, and again from mid 1960s. The Omega Constellation is currently being bid at $1,100 and a fixed price of $2,200 in US dollars. Or another Omega in 18 karat yellow gold in a rather diminutive sizing of 32 millimeters, but the spider lugs probably makes the case wear just a tiny bit larger on the wrist, as you can see here. With alternating Arabic numerals on the two-tone dial. And a bumper automatic caliber. Starting bid $1,100. Fixed price is $2,200 with about 5 days to go. An Omega's centenary model in 18 karat yellow gold with Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock. Again, 18 karat yellow gold. A bumper automatic movement again with a very old school case, 35 millimeters from late 40s with teardrop lugs, very extended and straight. Seems to wear really well, kind of a two-tone champagne dial. with a fixed price of $32.50 in US dollars, and it's being currently bid at $16.50, which was the starting bid, with 5 days to go. Please hit the like button, by the way. It really does help and boosts the channel just a tiny bit more so that we can get a little more exposure. This is the early Zenit Defy, which was the late 60s model with the octagonal case, as you can see, with those sharp chamfers and let's say a tropical dial, heavily damaged, with some lume fallen off from the minute hand. Again, fixed price of 2,200, starting bid 1,100. This is a little different from the Defy Extreme of today, but Zenit also has literally revived this design as well, which they nowadays sell as the Zenit Defy Revival. Pardon me. And which they have in a few different dial colors. I think the red was the most recent one. Right, they have one in blue and one in red and one in taupe, and they all seem to be out of stock, by the way, which is quite fascinating. But only the top one was supposed to be a limited edition, so the rest of them should be coming back quite soon, I'm assuming. Anyway, if you wanted the original vintage model with a so-called tropical dial at an interesting price point, if no one else bids on it for the last 5 days, that can certainly be an interesting pickup. And hey, I mean, auctions used to be like that, at least at a certain point in time, right? It wasn't only about the glitziest and most expensive. It was also about pieces like this that were largely off the radar. Forgotten, not really cared for. Like this IWC Venezia, for example, which is IWC's rectangular watch. I mean, they're all, since both Jaeger-LeCoultre and Cartier are in the Richemont umbrella these days, along with IWC and Lange, chances are that we won't see a comeback for these sorts of models by IWC, or a comeback for the Cabaret or Arcade for Lange either. But they have existed, and there are still examples on the secondary markets, on the vintage markets. This is the Venezia by IWC Schaffhausen in 18 karat yellow gold, a rectangular case which measures 38 by 22. It's a watch from the mid-90s. and the fixed price is 3250, $3,250, and it's being currently bid at $2,600. This is the IWC Venezia. There's the Omega Memomatic Seamaster, which is a cushion-shaped Seamaster with an alarm complication, as you can probably tell from the pointer at the center of the dial. Again, the kind of 70s design that's not coming back, at least that's not coming back under the Omega brand anytime soon. But that really has a very strong and authentic look. The dial itself has some humidity ingress, some damage and patina that it has taken on over the years, but it doesn't look bad at all. A tritone silver dial on this Omega Memomatic Seamaster with a fixed price of $3,250. It is currently being bid at $1,300 with less than 8 hours left on the clock. I want to take you now to the luxury online auction by Bonhams. This is based in Hong Kong, but it's being conducted online. And even though it's kind of a mixed luxury auction with handbags and jewelry as well, I just focused on watches. I'll pull up one and go and get a quick drink for myself, and we'll go from there. All right, we're back. So this is the auction that's going on online right now, um, based in Hong Kong, conducted by Bonhams, and I think it ends in about 24 hours and 38 minutes. So it's about time. As I mentioned, it's a kind of mixed luxury auction, which has a lot of jewelry, handbags, and pens as well. But I just decided to focus on the watches. This is a Broad Arrow 1953 with 3 counters and a date at 6 o'clock from roughly 2006. As you can see, on the full bracelet, it's a 42mm case, all in stainless steel, and it is currently at its starting bid, which is 18,000 in Hong Kong dollars, which corresponds to roughly 2,300 in US dollars. If there are any watches that you would like me to take a look at, click the link and you can send me the lot number. All right, JB, take care. Of course, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. That was the 5930G that I covered earlier, at JB's urging, the World Time flyback chronograph by Patek that's now discontinued in that particular configuration. There we go. You guys know I'm a huge fan of the Type 20, not as much of the Type 21. I find it a little too big for my taste, but there it is. This is the Type 21 in stainless steel, the flyback chronograph with that uh, brown khaki kind of colored dial, the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock with the date at 6 o'clock as well, running seconds at 9. At 3 o'clock, you have a day and night AM PM indicator. And in addition to the centrally deployed chronograph seconds, you also have a minute counter that's centrally deployed as well. So this is not a split second chronograph, not anything of that sort. The second hand, um, the second centrally deployed hand is actually not a second hand, but a minute counter that, of course, makes a full revolution uh, at an hour, right? Ticking one by one. So that is the Type 21, which is also a flyback chronograph like its predecessor. It is not, however, a watch that has that authentic military provenance, unlike the Breguet Type 20, of which Breguet was one of the 5 producers, along with Errant, along with Maté Tissot, along with some other French brands. This is a piece that's roughly from 2018. In stainless steel with that sunburst khaki brown dial, enlarged Arabic numerals, and syringe hands. So largely preserves that aesthetic look of the Type 20 as it was revived by Breguet in mid 90s. It is now discontinued. I don't know if it's ever coming back, but the entire Type 20, Type 21, Type 22 line seems to be completely disregarded these days. The starting bid on this piece was $30,000, which corresponds to 3,800 in US dollars. And the estimated value is 35 to 50,000 Hong Kong dollars with about a day to go on the clock. JB says, if my work gets finished by Friday, I can come on later this week. Hey, that would be awesome, man. Jump on the panel whenever you can. Whenever you can. If not by Friday, later, whenever you find the time, man. So lot 506, it's Louis Vuitton Escale time zone. This is their take on the World Time Watch, a more recent iteration of it, of course. There are others. It's a little too colorful for my taste. There's just a little too much going on the dial. For me, I still associate the World Time as such with that very classy Louis Cotier execution from the beginning, where it was a rotatable outer ring with the cities, to the more recent and current iteration where you have an inner city ring with 24 names that you cycle through with the pusher at 10 o'clock. This is a little bit of extra to me, which I guess is something you can associate with the Louis Vuitton brand. The estimated value is 22 to 48,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and the starting bid is 19,000, which is a little more than 2,400 US dollars. At lot 512, we have the Audemars Piguet 8e 25644, all in stainless steel. This is an Audemars Piguet chronograph that is built on a Frédéric Piguet caliber, 3 counter with a date at 3 o'clock, a running seconds at 12 o'clock, and a 30-minute totalizer at 9 o'clock. Kind of a triple branding going on, which is either excessive in the best way or simply obnoxious. But you have the Audemars Piguet on the bezel engraved that goes from 10 to 12 o'clock. And then you have the AP initials logo right next to the date at 3 o'clock. And then the 90s font that spells out Audemars Piguet once again 3 time is the charm. Otherwise, there's a lot that I like about this watch. In either case, I think this is something that is relatively underrated, and in um, on the secondary market and in stainless steel, sometimes you can come across great deals for the 25644 Audemars Piguet 8e self-winding chronograph. In this particular case, it's depending on where it ends up, it can still be a good deal. This is 50,000 to 75,000 in Hong Kong dollars in the estimated value, and the current bid is at 50,000 as well, which basically comes out to 6,400 in US dollars, 6,400 US dollars. Which is not too bad. But there's still a little more than a day to go. So who knows where this will end up. But it's exactly the kind of watch that will fall through the cracks, that most people won't take a second look at. And, if you are the first person and the only person to bid on this watch, you might walk away with a crazy deal. And that's why that's why I'm here. That's why I'm sharing my expertise with you guys. And, hopefully it is landing somewhere. Hopefully you appreciate it in some way. And if you do, um, hit the like button. If you do, share with your friends, share far and wide. And, you can always contribute to the channel in other ways as well. And the links are there for you, and the super chat option is open as well. Now, A. Lange & Söhne has many watches that have become a force to contend with. They have perhaps had their icon since their rebirth, since their revival in 1994 properly, with that quartet of models. Lange 1, Lange 1 was always, it always held the pride of place, so to speak. On their 5th anniversary, they came out with the Datograph, which changed the trajectory for certainly the high horology hand-wound chronograph, but in a way, you might say for a high horology that is produced out of these Swiss big three, the so-called Holy Trinity. I mean, imagine how Patek must have felt. They come out with the 5070 in 1998. It's a beast of a watch at 42 millimeters, beautiful case design, something that is in a way very classical, because it's built on that time-honored Lemania CH27 base. I'm wearing one of those as it happens, since it's Speedy Tuesday. And only a year later, these upstarts from Germany, who are representing a long-standing watchmaking tradition, but who have just burst into the scene in the 90s, come out with the Datograph 1999, just a year after 5070, and they completely devastate you, right? To this day, I don't think 5070 quite recovered from the blow it received from the Datograph in 1999. And quite frankly, I don't think um, Patek quite recovered from that blow until they came through with 5170, and until they finally came up, finally built their in-house hand mount chronograph movements that aspired to the same kind of standards that these upstarts from Glashütte, Germany, came out with. It's a fascinating story to me, but the Lange story, of course, doesn't end there. Um, Part of their success really rests on their ability to tell their story. Um, and an integral part of that story, which I covered before on this channel, in fact, it's one of my earliest videos um, that I ever published. Um, they have taken a lot of inspiration from the opera house in Dresden, where the stage clock is actually designed by some of the predecessors of the brand. Bezels, man, it's so nice to see you, man. Thank you for your contribution. 199. This is a super sticker which gives me a thumbs up. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. And I can see that there are a lot of fans of the UTM in the chat, JB and Libro Grande. And Basil says, I'm always hunting for deals as well. So I was saying the story of Lange doesn't end with the Lange one or the Datograph. They uh, are, in fact, in a way, masters of telling that story. And one inspiration they have taken from that past is the 5-minute clock that adorns the stage in the Dresden Opera, and it it has a pretty similar look to what this digital display mechanical watch puts in front of you on its face. Um, Zeitwerk has been refreshed very recently, and now it boasts quite an impressive 72-hour power reserve. And if you know a little bit about watch mechanisms, if you know a little bit about the kind of kinetic chain that has to power, let's say, a jumping hour complication, you would know that that is a very power hungry complication. Zeitwerk from the beginning is a jumping hour and a jumping minute watch. So you have the small seconds that run continuously at 6 o'clock, and then the minute clicks at the top of the minute, of course, and the hour jumps at the top of the hour. So to feed that mechanism in the most recent iteration and have a 72-hour power reserve is pretty impressive. But you know, the earlier generation of the Zeitwerk is not less impressive for that. I think they used to be um, I want to say Used to be, I think, around 40 hours, or no, maybe 36. So in the new generation, the power reserve has been doubled. But for a jumping hour, jumping minute watch, 36 hours is not that bad either. Let me put it this way. Um, um, just give me 1 second, guys. So this is the Zeitwerk reference 140.032. It is the mechanical watch with a digital display. They have added um, a Zeitwerk datum, a Zeitwerk with the date on the periphery of the dial to the lineup more recently. And again, even more recently, they have added, they have revised the movement of the watch, turning into a double barrel movement, which now provides 72 hours of power reserve. The older version is no less impressive for that, but it needs to be noted that it has 36 hours. And currently, this particular piece at lot 514, with a little more than a day to go, stands at 48,400 US dollars. The estimate was 420,000, pardon me, to 640,000 Hong Kong dollars. By the way, speaking of jumping hour watches or jump hour watches, friend of the channel and the brains behind Watch Art Sai just got himself Chanel Monsieur, um, which I think fits him beautifully. The jumping hours, of course, with a caliber that is developed by Romain Gauthier. This is a piece that they came out with a few years ago already, but for whatever reason, it wasn't that popular at all. Um, Very beautiful watch. I didn't necessarily ask what he may have paid for it, Um, but honestly, again, when it comes to these sorts of pieces, it it is a relatively good deal as far as I know. I couldn't find the same watch right away somewhere else, but I want to show you the beautiful movement on this, which you can see on this version with a marble dial. Look at that, man. This is a gorgeous watch. But yeah, there's the caliber, and this piece also has actually a movement to write home about because I believe um, it has like 70-hour power reserve, if I'm not mistaken. But it has full 3 days as well, which once again is quite impressive for a jump hour watch. Chanel is so weird in a way. I don't mean it in a bad way, by the way, but the fact that they make so many interesting pieces like this. Um, J12 has its own crew of enthusiasts. Uh, this Jump Hour watch, I think, is an incredible creation that is touched by um, none other than Philippe Dufour's main protege, Romain Gauthier. Um, it has a very impressive movement, lovely aesthetics, uh, relatively affordable as far as jump hour watches go. Chanel has a stake in apparently Romain Gauthier. I have already talked about how they have a significant investment in FP Jaune as well. It's hard to figure out what their end game is, but I'm certainly interested in seeing more. Yeah, let's go back to our auction. This is once again the online exclusive based out of Hong Kong by Bonhams with a little more than a day to go. We took a look at the AP UTM 25644 in stainless steel, which has a current bid at around 6,400 um, with a little more than a day to go, but seems to be at a decent price range. The Lange Zeitwerk in pink gold from around 2015 didn't seem to have gathered any bids as of yet. Um, and the starting bid was around $48,000. There are a few interesting Patek um, accessories, two pairs of cufflinks. This is a pair of Nautilus cufflinks in white gold that mimic the aesthetic lines of that um, porthole case and the blue dial. And this one has an estimated value of 30 to 45,000 Hong Kong dollars. And with a little more than a day to go, it is being currently bid at 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is just a little more than 3,800 in US dollars. And just the same price and price range for this for these Calatrava cufflinks in 18 carats, pink gold, and onyx. Perfectly round pair, pause, with an onyx as a stone and a Calatrava motif that's embossed in it. We have a relatively recent iteration of the Patek annual calendar, the 5205R, pink gold, black dial, 40 millimeter case from roughly 2015. That kind of triptych layout for the day of the week, date, and month at 10, 12, and 2. You have the moon phase at 6 o'clock. And of course, around it, you also have a 24-hour ring as an AM PM indicator as well. The Dauphine hands and the centrally deployed seconds fit perfectly the pink shades of gold that define the rest of the watch. And I think pink against black is a very distinguished combination for this particular complication, which is of course no longer Patek exclusive as it was when it came out in 1996, but it is still one of those important complications, important utilitarian complications that define Patek Philippe in the current day and age. This piece had an estimated value of 300 to 480,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and with a little more than a day to go, the current bidding stands at 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is a little more than 38,000 US dollars. That was lot 517, Patek Philippe 5205, an annual calendar in pink gold. 518, lot number 518 is a watch that we talked about in passing. I was saying that if we had 1518 as a definitive Patek model for the early 20th century, for the first half of the 20th century, in its combination of the perpetual calendar and the hand-wound chronograph, in a very sleek and compact design. I think in 5960, which came out for the first time in 2006, with the integration of Patek's new integral self-winding flyback chronograph movement with its annual calendar. These models proved to be very successful in all metals and really in a variety of different combinations. But at its height of popularity, it was certainly the stainless steel uh, with the matching beads of rice bracelet. I think the rarest version of the model is the one with the black dial. I kind of like this better. Um, well, the rarest of rare, actually, and this is something that I saw in an auction late last year, was the Leicester City edition that was uh, done to commemorate their premiership. Um, in Leicester City won, I want to say in 2016. I think so, right? Yeah. Um, but anyway, from the standard production models, I think it's the stainless steel one with the black dial that's the rarest. This particular combination is my absolute favorite among them. Um, this is the watch that I see Nick Fox wearing quite often as well, and I think it's quite an impressive combination, um, and really a very sporty, very utilitarian watch, and a very fun looking watch that doesn't stray too far from being recognizably Patek either. Perhaps that's even more the case in the precious metal versions. Perhaps that's even more the case even with the black dial stainless steel version. But I find this a little more fun, a little more interesting, and also because I had a close friend who owned this watch, and I always loved seeing it on his wrist as well. Um, the estimated value for this one, and that's lot 518, is between 380,000 to 600,000 Hong Kong dollars. The starting bids for now remains at 320,000, which is right above 40,000, with more than a day to go. Um, these have dipped quite a bit on the secondary market, I must mention. Um, it's I want to say, I mean, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily the right time just yet, if you ask me, to get these kinds of pieces, but they have come down quite a bit. And in precious metals, there are some great deals on these. So unless you are wedded into the idea of getting them in stainless steel on the bracelets, you can snag some interesting deals when it comes to the 5960 in precious metal on a leather band on the secondary market. But even these have become much more interesting, and much more appealing on the secondary market in the last few months. I expect the prices to continue to fall, but I'm not a prophet. I'm not giving you any investment advice, at least not here on the live stream. Um, anyway, I think this is again something to look for as we continue this particular downward trend on the market, right? This is the third Patek that I wanted to underline today. Again, by no means is this one under the radar. We are not, we are not uncovering anything from the depths of the ocean this time, but between the 5930G, 5235G, and 5960 in all its variations. Even the platinum with the blue dial on a leather band, there are some attractive deals for that as well. These three can, in and of themselves, make a very interesting Patek Philippe collection. It will be quite admirable, actually. But I guess you don't wanna double up too much, right? I think two out of that three, depending on where you stand in terms of your interests. If you veer towards the sporty side, maybe a 5930G and a 5960A. If you want kind of a balance between sporty and quirky, and elegant, 5930G, you have your world timer flyback chronograph and an annual calendar with that regulator dial layout. Or you want something that's very sporty, great for everyday wear. Get the 5960A in stainless steel on the bracelet, and the regulator dial annual calendar can be your dress watch, and that's the 5235G or 5235R. You want a precious metal that actually shows its colors. Yeah, that will be an interesting two-piece Patek Philippe collection. I love these. 524. And again, if I'm skipping over something that you would like me to discuss, this is the link. Oops. Sorry, this is actually what I'm looking at right now. So let me click here. If I'm skipping over anything that you would want to look, or if you want me to skip ahead to a lot that you would rather have me consider and do a deep dive in, feel free to send it in with a super chat, and I will be happy to take a look. Otherwise, I just march to the beat of my own drum. But you can always interject with a watch related question, or try to direct my attention to another lot on the same auction as well. This is lot 524. It is a two-tone Submariner 16613 from the early 90s X series. It is what they call a Surti dial, which means that it is a mix of sapphire and diamond indexes. Right? It's a Submariner date, which has sapphires for the rest of the quarters and diamonds for the rest of the index markers. A kind of a slate gray sunburst dial. And it seems like a full set, basically. The two-tone oyster bracelet itself seems in good condition. And the watch overall seems in a pretty pristine condition, I must say. You know, it has certainly seen polish, no doubt about that. It's also, you know, more than 30 years old, so it happens. It happens to the best of us. Look at how I look before I hit 40. I mean, this watch certainly has seen better days as well. The estimated value is 75,000 to 110,000 in Hong Kong dollars. The current bid stands at 75,000 in Hong Kong dollars, which is right above 9,500 in US dollars. Think of it as a watch that out bluesies the bluesy. So kind of the most obnoxious styling of the two-tone Rolex watch. If it's not enough for you to have a bluesy or a root beer as your f-off watch, 30 a 30 dial Rolex is the next step. And there you go. This is it. Lot 524, which is 166613, a two-tone Submariner from early 90s with the 30 dial, currently being bid at right around $9,500 in US. At 525, we have a pink gold Rolex Daytona on the Oyster Flex. The pink champagne dial. The chronograph registers in black, both for maximum contrast and also to coordinate with the black ceramic bezel. The watch is from 2018, but I think it is supplied naked, so to speak, watch only. I don't see either in photographs or in the details provided for the lot any mention of box or papers or any other documents for that matter. So we'd have to assume that lot 525, which is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116515, 5 for pink gold or Everose as Rolex puts it, and LN for Lunette Noire, which refers to the black Cerachrome bezel on which they have inscribed the tachometer. This piece has an estimated value of 220,000 to 360,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and with a little more than a day to go, is being bid at currently at 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, which corresponds to more than 25,000 in US dollars. Badass Terry bowling shirt included. Hey, I think bowling shirts or just a Terry shirt in general goes well with a two-tone watch. I can attest to that. At 529, we have Gégé Lecoutre Reverso Tribute with a dual face. A silver dial with moon phase and pointer date at 6 o'clock on the main dial. The with lots of blue accents, of course. The heat blued Dauphine hands are matched by the index markers as well as the railroad track for the minutes. And on the flip side, we have a secondary dial with a night day indicator or sun moon indicator, a blue dial framed by blue Claude Paris guilloche as well. A very elegant and beautiful execution of the dual face reverso that's been barely worn in stainless steel. And this piece has an estimated value of 55,000 to 80,000 Hong Kong dollars, but the bidding stands right now at 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, which comes out to almost 6,400 US dollars with a little more than a day to go. Lot 527, Gégé Lecoutre Reverso Tribute, Sun Moon, Dual Face, new old stock from last year. At 5:30, we have Vacheron Constantin Overseas from the last generation. A reference 25250 in two-tone, all in stainless steel, but with a pink gold bezel as well as pink gold Arabic numbers at Arabic numerals at quarters that match the pink shades of that bezel, as well as the rest of the dial furniture as well. Generous loom, and a black guilloche dial complete the whole picture. You also have a date that's situated right between 4 and 5 o'clock as well. An interesting package, certainly a little bit different in terms of both design and vibe compared to the recent iteration of the Vacheron Constantin Overseas, which became really popular in the last couple of years. This is a piece from 2015, so more or less the last run of the second generation before we transitioned in 2016 to the most recent. This particular piece is marked as a quartz movement. I wanna double check that. For whatever reason, I don't. Not sure. Okay, this is the ladies' version. All right. And when I talk about the lady size watch, who turns up? the Big Meech.
Ooh, but yes, that is correct. I heard you were going to talk about lady size watches.
Yeah, this is 34 millimeter Vacheron Constantin Overseas in two-tone and a quartz movement.
Jesus Christ. What a pile of shit.
The estimated value is 45 to 80,000 Hong Kong dollars, and the current bid is 45,000, which is around 5,750 in US. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically, it looks great, but I didn't realize it was the reduced size version and that it had a quartz movement that changes everything. How are you doing, Meech?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is.
Tell me more. What is what it is? It be what
I
it be,
mean,
but you gotta give me a little more detail.
no, I just we began day one of the 4 day long snowstorm. We're expected to get at minimum 10 feet of snow. So yeah, it definitely makes you want to certainly just pull one right through your fucking head at this point. Of course, I don't mean that in a literal sense. I mean that as a very exaggerated statement. But yeah, when you already got 10 feet of snow on the ground already, and they get another 10 on top of it, yeah, it's not exactly something to be cheerful for.
No, I understand that. I understand that. And though, again, I don't like hearing those kinds of things from friends, even as even in jest. But you know, I can understand how depressing it can get. I remember the two last winters before I left New York were pretty dreary, and I didn't really enjoy it. And at that time, it made me really happy that I was leaving and coming to Los Angeles. Then I realized it's pretty overrated. You know, the perpetual spring. The seasons that don't ever change. I don't know. It gets old pretty fast too. I like the East Coast. I wouldn't want to live in a place where you are snowed in for a significant part of the year. That's for sure. But ah, I don't know. I don't know, Mitch. Do you ever see yourself moving elsewhere at all?
No, not really. See, this is kind of the double-edged sword when you own land. When you move, you can't exactly take it with you. Yeah, you could hire somebody to oversee it for you, but what's the point? You're just wasting money at that point, you know? So, I mean, I know it's a little bit tongue in cheek to say, but to the fans, to the audience out there, don't ever become successful. It creates more problems than solutions.
Mm, Mitch, once again, you are you are philosophizing without even intending to. Um,
Yeah. So
yeah,
cool,
as
man. Yeah.
as Biggie said, um, more money, more problems, right? That it
Absolutely.
that's what it boils down to at the end of the day.
No,
Yeah.
I remember having this. This was like years ago, but me and this other guy were. I didn't even know who the guy was, but me and him actually just started having a drink together. He just seen me sitting alone, and turned out he was actually in life insurance. Anyways, me and him were actually just shooting the shit, and we theorized like the perfect amount of money one can have without being broke and not being prosecuted by alleged cases, right? You know, like you always hit that ceiling where you make so much money, all of a sudden, like everyone, you get these BS prosecution cases coming out of the woodworks. And me and him came to the conclusion the perfect spot to hit is to be like 10 million. 10 million. That's enough to where you don't draw attention from others. Or yeah, no, it's
Mm.
it's enough to where you don't draw attention from others unwanted attention. And it's also enough to where you just don't have to really work that much. You maybe only have to work, half a year to maintain that 10 million.
Well, I mean, look, that sounds very good to me, and that sounds maybe even in a way, a very generous estimate. Honestly, I think I don't remember where I read it and when, but there were a couple of studies that kind of measured happiness. And I know it's very subjective. It's not scientific at all. No matter what methods they used, how does one measure happiness? But combined income of $100,000 for couples seems to just do the trick for the most part. It's after that you don't really get an exponential raise in your happiness. And I guess that somehow resonates with what you initially said, more money, more problems. So as long as you have enough to put food on the table, raise a family, have shelter over your head, and have for some fun activities, once or twice a week, I think you're practically set. More than that is luxury, and sometimes luxury is great. Less than that, you are generally struggling in major metropolitan areas of the US, where most of your money basically goes to rent and you live from paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, I mean, $10 million, that's a lot of money. I mean, you can, especially if you are not interested in buying real estate, that can go very far.
Well, technically, that's how, as we dove down the rabbit hole, we kind of said, like, well, $10 million, you're still going to draw the attention of the IRS. So how do you avoid the IRS? Well, then you start buying real estate. So then you can leverage the debt to income ratio. So that way you can avoid paying the taxes. So I mean, it was still pricks at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, no, I mean, it's
That's good.
yeah, we actually he was a very cool guy to have a drink with. I don't know, we must have talked for 2-3 hours just like about how to where the perfect sweet spot was for money. I don't know. I wonder what he's doing nowadays. I don't know. The dude is probably in his 40s.
Mm. Yeah, look, I mean, no one likes paying tax. So I can't hold it against you for trying to find ways to pay less. The problem with this country is that you never quite know where it goes, right? If we lived in a system where we actually saw the tax we pay reflected in important services that we actually receive and that we can count on, we might have a different conversation. But in this particular structure, I do consider tax theft. Absolutely. Because it doesn't actually provide, fundamental social services to anyone in a consistent basis that they can count on. So
Right, right.
why
No, I
bother?
mean
Why
it
bother?
is what it is. But speaking of government, really short here.
Should it?
So
Should it? Yeah. What's up?
so I do an FSA office. So an FSA office is like, so basically what the FSA office does is they deal with everything agricultural based. So one example of what the FSA office does is at the beginning of each planting season, or rather the end, after you planted all your acres, you have to put it all down. Let's just say you have 200 acres to yourself and you only managed to plant 194 acres. So you take that, write it all down, write which fields you planted it in, and then you walk into the FSA office and you say, "Here's what I did. Here's where everything's planted, and so on and so forth." And then they take that and just turn it over to the government.
Okay.
Anyways, another thing that the FSA office does is they offer government subsidies for agriculture-based people strictly. So let's just say a farmer had a bad year with hogs, so he lost, I don't know. Let's just say it's a freak disease, and he lost 50% of his I don't know what do you call a group of pigs? Democrats. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That came out wrong. Um, let's just say though he lost. Let's just say out of 100 pigs, he lost 50 of them. So then he writes it down on a piece of paper. He's got all the vet bills and stuff like that. He
Mhm.
goes into the FSA offices and says, "Hey, are there any government subsidies or assistance on, mass casualties of livestock?" And they'll go through their files and say, "Oh yeah, you do qualify," and they'll pay him a subsidy. Um, anyways, so I was in the FSA office and I had to fill up some paperwork, and then they hand me this form here, and I said, "What's this?" And she said, "Well, this is a survey," or well, she didn't say it was a survey, but she said, "This is a form saying if you basically we would like you to fill this out if you feel you qualify for any of these questions." And it was a questionnaire saying like, what ethnicity are you? Are you a man or woman? Do you make so much under a year, and so on and so forth. And this FSA office is mostly female based. So without skipping a beat, me being the prick that I am, I come to the question, are you a woman in the agriculture industry? And I looked up at her and I said, can I identify as a woman to qualify for these subsidies? And like it was a split, because there's three ladies working there, and like three of them started laughing, the other three looked like they wanted to rip off my fucking head. I mean, I didn't fill out the survey. I didn't fill it out because it was more of a survey than anything, and it wasn't mandatory paperwork. But
Mm.
I just thought it was funny.
Well, look, I mean, you have to weigh, you have to weigh what you sacrifice with the rewards you might get. I mean, if does your local hospital provide transition surgeries? Maybe you should look into the costs.
Yeah, I'd have to see what the government subsidy would pay before I do such a drastic measure.
Exactly. I mean, weigh in costs against the benefits, and you'll figure it out. Yeah. This is a pretty fine piece, by the way. Lot 531. This is H. Moser and Company, Monard with a 7-day power reserve, a gray fume dial. The case is actually in palladium, of all things. Perfect three-hander, a very balanced design, and you actually have a power reserve indicator on the back, so you can charge it all the way up, wind the watch before you wear, since it's a hand wound caliber 2, and then slap it on and go. It has pretty modern dimensions. Admittedly, it's a 41 millimeter, but in terms of its design, in terms of the contours of the case, I think it can be a very youthful and interesting dress watch, or an everyday wear, honestly. This is an H. Moser, a company, at lot number 531 in palladium with a 7-day power reserve. And the estimated value is 75 to 100,000 in Hong Kong dollars. Current bid with less than a day to go stands at 75,000 Hong Kong dollars, which actually comes out to a little more than 9,500 in US. What do you think about a piece like that, Meech?
I personally wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, but then again, I'm not big into dress watches.
Respect, respect. Hmm. We have a IWC Pilots Spitfire at lot number 541, reference 387802. This is a flyback chronograph with a date at 3 o'clock, running seconds at 12, minute counter at 6. And then, of course, centrally deployed seconds for the flyback chronograph, a canvas strap to match the khaki tones of the dial, and it comes as a full set, 43 millimeters. It's the larger chronograph case of the IWC, and the current bid stands at 22,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is a little more than 2,800 in US. We have the previous iteration of Cartier Tank Française that they just revived, that they just redesigned. This is reference 2384. The smaller case with the quartz movement. So a lady size, as Meech would like to say. A piece that's selling without reserve, with the estimate between 5 to 12,000 in Hong Kong dollars. The bidding for the Tank Française at lot 550 stands at 4,200 Hong Kong dollars, which is just a little more than 500 US dollars. So, an interesting piece there again. $538 is Ulysse Nardin with a Clausenet enamel dial with a dragon on it. This is from around 2000s. So a very interesting and intricate piece in yellow gold. And served up on a green strap as if to hint at the dragon that adorns the dial of the watch. At 37 millimeters, I think it's a great dress watch size. It has a Chinese character inscribed on the back, which I have no hope of reading or figuring out. So I will leave it at that. But it does come as a full package. With less than a day to go, the estimated value of this Ulysse Nardin Classico Dragon watch is 60 to 90,000 in Hong Kong dollars. It is yet to attract a bid with less than a day to go, but the starting bid is 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, which comes out to 6,400, roughly speaking. Let's take a look at Bukowski's from Stockholm. This is, again, a Bonhams affiliate based in Sweden. So if you see anything on that link that I just provided in the chat, feel free to send me a lot number with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to look at it. Again, the curation is all over the place, right? Which can help because there's always that watch or two that falls through the cracks, and that can, in fact, provide a good deal that can present a target of opportunity. So let's take a look at some of these pieces that they have provided for us here from Sweden. This is an interesting piece, probably too niche for most people, but it's an titanium integrated bracelets chronograph that IWC made for Porsche design. Chronograph with a moon phase at 12 o'clock and a date between 4 and 5 o'clock. This is a watch that is actually powered by those hybrid mecha quartz movements that were quite popular at a certain point in time. This piece is, I think, actually built on a Jaeger-LeCoultre mecha quartz movement, if I'm not mistaken. IWC was using it in a lot of their watches, and I'm guessing this would be no different. It says caliber 630. Yeah, it is a Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber mecha quartz that IWC was using pretty widely in a lot of their chronograph movements. There's a little bit, there are a few spots, quite a bit of, wear, or you can alternatively call it patina on the dial, but certainly the loom on the hand started breaking apart. So that's a detail that one needs to note. There's about 4 days and 6 hours to go until the auction finishes, but the bidding currently stands at $780 US, and the reserve has been already met. There's a ladies' perpetual calendar with by Gérard Genta, He has made these kinds of pieces for Cartier too around that time, with an Italian calendar. I actually want to make sure whether this is whether it's a complete calendar or a perpetual calendar. I don't want to mislead you. Hmm. How are you doing there, man?
Good, good. I'm sorry. Sorry
It's
if I'm
okay.
being distant to you. I'm trying to. I'm conducting my own research over here.
I can imagine if it's the kind of research of which the results I see on Instagram, behind the scenes.
No, it's not that kind of. It's not that kind of research. Tell you the
No.
truth here, actually. So make a long story short here again. I was kind of joking back and forth with another guy here about potentially getting a solid gold sub. Um,
Okay.
Retail price is about 39,000. Actually, it is 39,000 on the nose, and that's before your taxes. So by the time you add on your taxes and you round up, it's probably going to be more closer to 41.9, 41.8, somewhere in that wheelhouse.
Mm.
And so right now, a solid gold sub on the gray for a 41 is about 2 grand over, technically on paper. They bounce from 42 to 44,000. A 40 mil is about let's see here. They're about 3 grand under, 3 to 2 grand under. They bounce from 36,000 to 37,000
Hmm.
before your taxes there. So I was talking with this guy, and I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, it'd be cool and all, but you're talking mid 30s. You're talking about mid 30s on average, 35,000. Cut it down the middle. What the fuck can you get for 35,000? Well, you can go for an AP Royal Oak, but it's in the lady size. And I don't know if I'd really want to do that route, honestly. But at the same
What,
time,
what,
you get a
what do you
Vacheron
mean by
overseas.
lady size?
Well, the only thing you could slide into for that price is the 37 mil Royal Oak.
I mean, yeah, I mean, 37. Mitch, let's be honest. I know you will say something silly again, but for your wrist and mine, probably 37 fits much better than 41, and possibly even better than the so-called jumbo at 39.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. The problem, though, is it's a lady size, so therefore the investment value is dog shit on them. I just don't
30.
see where it would hold its value.
Well, you can get 37 easily at 25,000, 14790 in great condition with the blue dial, all in stainless steel. You can get for 25.
I would like
And
one from the modern era, though, Lord. I don't want one from the 1800s.
well, I mean, that's not the watch to get from the modern era, but yes, by all means, you're right. Then yes, moving on, moving on.
Well, the other side of the coin is,
You
me and
can
this other guy have
actually,
been talking.
but by the way, because you mentioned overseas, you can in today's market get the recent generation with the blue dial for that price.
For 100%, 100%.
So why not?
But
I
that's a
know you like
problem,
that
though.
watch.
It's
What's
a
the problem?
43 mil, though. It's a 43 mil watch. It's 41 on paper, but
Yes,
it's
41
43
on
mils
paper.
in real life. That's the problem.
Mm, um, 43 seems to be an exaggeration. I have one posted on my Instagram on my wrist. It doesn't look so bad, and you know how skimpy my wrist is. Let me see where I have this. Again, it's not my favorite watch. I didn't particularly like it on my wrist, but then again, it doesn't look outrageously big. Not arranged for my wrist. Just tried on in the boutique on the stainless steel bracelet.
Is it relatively thick?
No, it's not a thick watch. I mean, it's not. It's slightly thicker than its immediate competitors, right? If we compare it to, 16202 now for the Royal Oak, and 5811 for Patek, I think it's like maybe 1 or 2 millimeters thicker. Let's look at the stats right away. So
See, I always go to Instagram and look up. So I actually kind of manipulate. I don't know if manipulate is the right word. Search up the Chinese market, and then type in a 4500V, because that pretty much
I
is my
mean,
wrist size market.
that is also your ethnicity, isn't it?
No, not by a long shot.
You
Contrary to
know I'm
popular
kidding with you.
belief, me
Happy
and Ozzy Expat are not
Happy New
brothers.
Year. Happy New Year. Mitch. I know it's been a while, but happy new lunar year to you. Wait, let me see. That's a good look. I mean, it's a lot of these watches that we call today reduced size were initially introduced for the Asian market, no doubt about it. So it makes absolute sense that you would look at the Asian market to take a cue about watches that would fit your wrist size, if that is your wrist size.
I don't know. Look. I mean, if I didn't have a Submariner at all, I'd probably really entertain the idea. But at the same time, I don't know. At this point, it's just I don't know. It's I don't know. It's a bit much, both financially and just I don't know. Then I would have three Submariners underneath my belt. I don't know if I really want to go that route.
Wait, what? I thought we moved away from the Submariner conversation. We were talking about the overseas. So, all
Well,
right,
what I was meaning is like for the price point, like for a price point of a solid gold sub, you could figure in a Vacheron at an AP at that price point.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Get this, man. I know you actually like this watch. This is look.
I love the watch, but the watch doesn't love me. That's kind of the fucking.
Have you actually tried it on your wrist?
No, I would have to travel out to Chicago in order to try one on. And that's a I don't know, call me lazy, but I'm just not willing to pay the $100 for a plane ticket, then fly all the way out there for a 5-minute consultation visit just to try a watch on. Does Vacheron even do display onlys? I don't know. I wouldn't surprise me, but
No, you don't
shit, that
have
would just
to.
be my luck.
No, look, I mean, since you are actually buying from the secondary market in this case as well, and since there's practically no way that Vacheron Constantin boutique would sell you a blue dial, off the rip as a first time purchase, just look for secondhand dealers who have something in stock in driving distance. I would rather go for that.
I've asked I've asked every one of my secondhand dealers. I said, how often do you see a Vacheron walk through your door? And they said never.
No, you
So
have
I
to
talked to
venture. You have to venture beyond Wixton Jewelers for
No,
Pete's sake for once.
I've asked all five dealers in Minneapolis, and then I've asked the one where they primarily deal. They fuck around with Paddock and AP, and I said, "Do you ever get a Vacheron in?" And he said, "Nope, never seen one." He said, "Every He said we see He said a fair amount of Paddocks, APs, and a couple long A's walked through the door, but he said we've never seen a Vacheron.
Okay, I'm searching in the background for you now specifically, and I'm almost sure I can find something in the Midwest, even from here.
I don't know. I mean, I'm open to traveling to South Dakota, Wisconsin, but again, I just it would really kind of irk me just to go out there and travel just to see the fucking thing, try it on. I mean, I get annoyed driving all the way up to Twin Cities just to try something on.
How about you check your touring entertainers and go to Chicago for, when one of them passes through town, book a date with them, try on the watch somewhere, and make a whole trip out of it. Why not?
I gotta be honest with you, Lord. That's a very expensive trying on a watch experience.
Because the main purpose of the trip won't be trying on a watch, but something else.
Somebody actually did mention to me. He said, "Well, why don't you just buy the watch, right? Buy the watch and then return it." And I said, "Yeah, but like I said, then you got to pay for like what's the average restocking fee? What 10%, if that, like on the heaviest?" And I'm like, "Well, basically you got to pay to try it on." He's like, "Well, yeah," but he said, "How well, you know?" He said since your lazy ass doesn't want to travel all the way to Chicago, make Chicago come to you. It's a valid point.
Look, here's the thing. People in Vacheron Constantin boutiques are actually extremely helpful. So if you tell them, hey, I don't care about what dial color, whatever, not even, I'm not even, I know that you can't buy these things off the rip, but I love this watch. I want to see it on my wrist for a change. They do have a boutique on Michigan Avenue. You can call them, and I know for a fact that these boutiques actually deliver overseas watches to customers every month. And I don't know what the time of the month is for for every single boutique, of course. But if you call them and if you ask them very seriously and realistically, would it be possible? I do want to make a trip out of this, that I come on this and that day and actually put one of these on and see how it actually looks on my wrist. I'm sure they will arrange something for you. Everything else, they have it in the case anyways with Vacheron Constantin. As much as they like to play this smoke screen game where they say, oh, everything is sold out, basically every other model except for the overseas is always available in one fashion to try on in the boutique, and a lot of times for the purchase as well. But overseas, you have to time it well. If you were in town, that would have been a very easy proposition. You can, before the end of the month or first week of March, you could probably take care of this. But just call them. I mean, the number is here. Should I read it to you? 1-312-752-3201.
You said this was a Michigan dealer?
I wish. It's on Michigan Avenue in Chicago.
Oh, Chicago. Okay. Okay. Well, I can just Google them.
It is their boutique.
Yeah, I think I've talked to them before. I've talked to, because I think there's 3 of them in Chicago, isn't there?
Probably there's a boutique and a couple of dealers, I'm sure, but this is their own boutique.
Yeah, I think this is the one that I talked to, and they said call me on a different phone number. I could be wrong, but either way, I mean, I'll look into it.
I hope you are wrong. What can I say?
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, it sounds kind of shady. What can I say? Um, but yeah, it's this one. Because I know for a fact that they get constant deliveries of this stuff. It's just usually already allocated to a buyer, which I completely understand. But
Right.
you can at least take a look at them. You can at least see how it looks on your wrist, and you go from there.
I remember actually. This is up in Twin Cities when Omega first came out with the Green Seamasters. Um, I was up there around that time actually, and I seen the Green Seamaster. I'm like, oh, cool. And can I see it? Can I touch it? And they said no. And I totally justifiable. They said it's a customer's, but he said we asked the customer nicely if we could keep it in the display case. It's all bought and paid for. He owns it. Um, so technically, it's for display only. We just
Mm.
don't want to let the customers touch it out of respect. So I mean, hey, props, I guess.
Yeah. By the way, I did double check. It's actually a few millimeters thicker than both the Royal Oak and the Nautilus, which are
How many? What is it?
around
13?
no, Royal Oak is around 8.1. Nautilus is like 8.3. This is 11.
Okay, okay. So
I
11
mean,
millimeters thick.
11 is not very thick, but in
No,
its category, it's the thicker watch.
that's just a. It's just a hair thinner than a Submariner.
Yep. It's a cool piece. It's a cool piece, but
Yeah, it is.
you're right.
We'll see what happens here in the next couple of months.
I think honestly, I mean, for someone who already has, you have your two-tone Submariner. Did you did you get back the stainless steel as well already?
No, I'm not. I'm not
Okay,
paying
good.
the. I'm not paying 9,700 and then dumping a $1,100 service into it. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Interestingly, by the way, it's as you can imagine, it's a little overpriced, but Hugh and Harris just got in a gold sub with a nipple dial.
Yeah, I seen that at Nipple Dial.
Looks pretty nice. I mean, as he usually does, he got it polished to bits, of course, before presenting it. But what can you do?
Did
And
you um did you see that post I sent you? I don't know who it was from, but it was basically a fire damage dial of a gold Submariner.
no, I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, I think either they blocked me or they took the post down because I wrote in the comments that said the watch is fucking garbage. It needs a service, and then the dial needs to be replaced. Um, and it was. I mean, the case and bracelet, I'm sure were probably whatever, but the dial was it was fucked. It was unreadable, and I don't know why anyone would buy that or not replace the dial.
I don't know. This looks like it had a few replacement parts as well, but I love this aesthetic. I mean, I just wanted to bring that out.
I seen Watchbox had one. Now I'm a little confused actually because Watchbox claims it's from 2013. Now I think that's a misprint. I believe the service was done in 2013, but the watch itself was from 1989 or something like that because it's a whole case and it's in solid gold. But my bigger problem with it is this: it's a Frankenstein watch. Um,
What does that
because
mean?
the
In this,
bracelet is not period correct. The bezel and the dial, I believe, are replaced. No, it was a black. It was a black sub, black dial sub.
that must have
Um,
sold. They don't have it anymore.
no, no, like I said,
Unless
it was the black dial
unless
one. This is the blue.
unless it's a later unless it's a later reference, because they don't have the same reference, um, with any dial, except for this one. Let's see what they
Well,
have.
I had to scroll through like all the way to the second page or third page. I can't remember. Either way, though, yeah. So it was like a Frankenstein watch. The bracelet was not period correct to it. I mean, it would still look nice. Don't get me wrong. It looked like the dial and the bezel insert had been replaced as well. As where it should have been tritium, they had now put them into lume. Um, so I don't know. I mean, for what it's worth, yeah, the watch looked nice. I believe they wanted like 37K for it. But it's a Frankenstein watch at that point. There's nothing original about it.
Yeah, they don't have the same reference, unless you are confusing Watchbox with someone else. But they don't
Nah,
have
just
any.
keep no. Scroll down all over the black dial ones.
Yeah, I did.
Uh,
They don't have the same reference.
it might be the one oh no, no. Scroll up, right there. 2013 center.
This?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is not the same reference. This is a much later example.
exactly. But it's so I'm assuming it's a misprint. I'm assuming they misprinted the or they mean to say like it was serviced in 2013.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean the bracelet's too old for 2013. The bracelet's too old. I mean the clasp is too old. The clasp doesn't match for what year this technically would have been, right?
Why would the clasp not match? What is it about the clasp that you think doesn't match?
Well, if it's a 2013 model, then it should have a modern day clasp, right? That's not a modern. That's not a. That's that does not have the glide lock onto it.
No, 2013 is too early for the glide lock, I think.
No, is it? Did they really ship these out all the way till 20? Because I thought 2012 is when they started putting in the ceramic subs in service.
I think for the gold sub, it should be later.
Oh well, it might be later then. It might be later for gold. In which case, I do not know. But I just I
I
always
mean, this.
assumed that the ceramic subs came out in 2012, and I just assumed it would have been tomato tomato.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right. This is a ceramic sub. Um, let's see what it says.
I watched the video on it too, and it doesn't make you got like the video doesn't make sense for this watch either.
No, I mean it says it's a similar watch, anyways. It's not the same. Um, interesting.
I don't know. It has to be. I don't know. This watch really is kind of confusing. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's late right now, but if it's a 2013, I would assume, unless you said, like you said, the gold kind of transitioned later. But I would assume it would have a modern day clasp onto it, and it doesn't. It has the old style push pin style to readjust your clasp.
Uh, So 2009 ceramic gold sub comes out. Let's see. Yeah, it should have the glide lock.
I don't know. This watch is confusing. The more I like I look at it, it has to be like a misprint, right? Like this has to be like a 2009 or something like that, and they just misprinted it.
Could be. Could be. I mean, does it say anything else about the serial? It says M. Yeah, it says M serial, which should correspond to '07 or '08. So you're right, because by 2013, it already would be random.
I don't know.
So
I'm just gonna assume
we
it was
cracked the
serviced
code.
in 2013, and they just they botched it.
Or they just confused it with another listing, but this is '07 or '08 apparently, because it says here that it is an M serial, and that sounds much more compelling as a case to me. Yeah, they completely deleted it here, but the listing has that. Yeah, that makes more sense. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I like the older nipple dial pieces when it comes to gold subs.
I think they do look cooler, honestly. I don't know. There's something about them. They're a little bit more metal, which is I get counterintuitive to what the thing is actually. But I don't know.
Also, I mean, I know a lot of people exactly are looking for that. I don't blame them. That, modern precious metal Rolex watches are just heftier. They are more muscular in a way. They have more metal to them. They have more gold to them. The bracelets weigh a ton. The case themselves are a little bit bulkier. So it's pretty cool. But for me, it's just too much. But maybe you do want that too muchness. Maybe you do want that excess, because it is a gold sub after all.
I was about to
Uh,
say, isn't that the point of a gold sub? Is to just
yeah.
be loud and offensive, tell that granny to fuck off as she stares at you. Dip into the Salvation Army bin, take out change.
What was it? Was it you who was talking about the dentist at your Discord?
Yeah, yeah,
At the Discord, at Aussie's Discord, I meant to say. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That was me. Yeah.
What was that conversation? Do you want to relay it? Do you want to
Yeah, no.
tell
So
the story?
in a nutshell, so I have I have extremely sensitive gums, so the dentist is sitting there and he's like telling me, he's like, yeah, I think you should buy an electric toothbrush. I'm like, well, how much do those go for? I said, well, he's like, you don't have to get the top of the line, but he said, a half decent one will cost you. He's like, we sell them here for $60. He said a half decent one will be, $80 to $90. And I said, ooh, I said that sounds expensive. He started laughing and said, you're wearing a solid gold sub in my chair. He said, a guy like that will probably find the change somewhere.
You were wearing the Tony Soprano special, the Day Day.
No, I was wearing the bluesy. I think he just kind of generalized it. But yeah, either way.
Um, well, I mean that's a good line, but it also means, that it's clients like you who help the dentists buy two-tone Rolexes. So, take a good look at those bills from now on. They might
Oh,
be a little more inflated for you from that
I
dentist.
have. So I always joke with the dentist here because he suggests that I get what is it? It's not braces, but it's like a little mouth guard because my teeth are getting a little jagged, and he says like, yeah, you should probably get them straightened out. Of course, this is after I've had I had a cavity removed, and then I've had some cleaning done, all within 1 week here. And
Nice.
I told him, I said, hey doc, I said that Mercedes-Benz CLS is still going to be there at the dealership. You can tell them next month you'll have the down payment when I come in. I said it'll still be there tomorrow. It'll still be there next month. You can just wait a little bit.
Is that the car he wants, or that was just a random choice on
It's
your
just
part?
a random. I've made a couple jokes with him. I think what was it like last December he wanted to squeeze in a cleaning. And I said, Doc, I said, with all due respect, I said that yacht will pay for itself. You pinch the money off of somebody else. I know he's a cool guy. I like to fuck around with him a little bit. Oh man, you timed him out.
Time two out. Time two out.
You timed out. Will the real young Brando please stand up?
I mean, it's the same troll over and over again. Uh, you know, what am I supposed to do? It's these people should ideally get a life, or just frequent the other streams where they will be in the company of losers just like them. So
Yeah,
by
I've
all
seen
means,
that account bounce around. I have my suspicions on who it is, but it's it's pointless.
I more or less know who it is, but I'm not gonna give them any promotion here, for no reason whatsoever. I know practically who it is, so it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, so this is Sly's precious cargo, his gold sub, that apparently was the first luxury good that he bought when Rocky was successful, and then he went on to wear it for quite some time. Apparently, it was actually one retailed at Tiffany.
He
Tiffany and
he sold this watch, right?
no, he still has it. He still has it.
Oh, okay. I thought this watch was potentially on the chopping block when he got rid of a whole bunch of them over the last
No,
couple of years here.
this one, this one is one I think he kept because it's quite meaningful to him. He even brought it out again when he was promoting Creed and Creed 2. He's not involved with any part of the franchise anymore because he had a split with the producers, because they're not looking out for his rights. So he's not involved anymore. But yeah, I thought it was quite cool because the guy has all sorts of watches, vintage and modern, and the fact that he brought out this one, to promote Creed, because it was the watch he bought with the money he made from Rocky, thought was quite cool. He
Yeah.
had he had a Paul Newman Daytona in a recent photo shoot, so certainly didn't stop spending money on watches. That's for sure. And that this is a similar piece.
I've also thought about buying a 1610 because they're starting to hit a very interesting price point right now.
16610, you mean?
Yeah, because I was looking at everyone's favorite overpriced gray market dealer in all of America, David S.W. And he still wants, fuck, what is it? 14 and a half. Well, no, I take that back. It's 13 and a half, but I round up here. 14 and a half for an Explorer 2 black dial. But if you're looking at Submariner category, he's got a 2009 sub. And he wants 13, probably 13 and a half. I'm just going to run off numbers off the top of my head. And the bracelet's not terrible. I mean, the bracelet's not shot by any means.
Pre-ceramic, we're talking about 16610. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep. And this would be a Dape sub. Just be a Dape sub, actually. So, and he wants 13 for it. So when you think about it, what's more bang per dollar when you think about it? The Explorer 2 or the Submariner? You go for the Submariner, especially if that sub hits 10K, which I feel like it will in the next 2 months. I feel like David S.W. will buckle and he'll drop that down to 10K.
Yeah, I mean, look, it depends on what you're looking for, right? It has already hit 10K elsewhere. Let me see what we can find here. And
I just think it would make for a great beat the shit out of watch. If the fucker breaks, just throw it in the trash bin and buy a new one.
So let's see, 2009, you said, right?
Yeah.
2009.
And yeah, I'm sure you can get that watch for a hell of a lot cheaper. But with David S.W., I mean, the polishing was there, sure, but I mean, at least it's not trash condition like you would get for like 8.5, 7.
Oh yeah, easily. I mean, look, just a random search again. Let's see. There's one nicely presented on a service card, I think. Or let's see if this one holds it like in a way that makes the bracelet look good. Yeah, this is a good shot of the bracelet. This is already below 10. 9.5, basically. Service guarantee. Bracelet doesn't look shot at all, as you can see.
Oh, it doesn't look bad.
Yeah.
I mean, does this have boxing papers?
It has service papers.
Oh, it's fake. Never mind.
Right. I mean, look, if you're gonna fake papers, you wouldn't fake it with a service paper and receipt for the service. You would rather fake the original papers, don't you think?
Hey, crazier things have happened.
No, actually, they have not. Crazier thing happening would be to fake the original papers, not the service papers. But yeah, there's one with the original paper / card that's right at 10,000, and there we go. But that doesn't have really good pictures. And you're set
Yeah,
on the
I think you're
Submariner.
gonna.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I think that's what's gonna be the norm to pay fees now is 10K for like a really great. Well, yeah, for a half decent, or above half decent one. It's not perfect, but it's you know it's above the average. I think that's what you're gonna pay if you really want that quality. I think that's gonna be the normal standard.
I mean, for now, that seems to be, what the market rate is for a lot of these, 5-digit pieces in decent condition. It might not be pristine. It's certainly not new old stock. It might not be box papers, hang tags, and whatever, but certainly, watch, authenticated, in good condition. Um, that seems to be where they are right now. Whether you're looking at 16610, which is the Submariner date, as you said, or the 14060, you can already find a lot of examples below that as well. Not always in the best condition, but yeah, it's been dipping and dipping, man. That's the reality of the market today. And that's why I pressed you a little bit on that. I mean, by the time David SW is selling these for $10,000, elsewhere they will be $8,000 for the same watch. So, you know, you just
Right.
you just decide on which one actually makes sense for you as a deal.
Yeah, and by that point, a solid gold sub, 40 mil, forget about it. Probably be hitting 30s, easy.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, it was an interesting stretch of time that we passed through um, in these last, couple of years or so, 2 3 years.
I
Um,
think after March, I think we'll have a very good idea of where the market's going to swing. We'll see what happens here. We'll see what Rolex releases. I think that will. I think that will really kind of tell you where the sub prices are going to be, Daytona prices, so on and so forth. Much like every other year, but I think this year is very important. Specifically here, I remember having a talk with one of me mates. One of me mates. We were talking about it,
mm.
and we were talking about the Submariner.
You can't trust these people, man. You can't trust these people. I mean, they have a vested interest in pretending that the market is going to recover, but it simply isn't. That's what I was going to contest anyways before you mentioned any names. The market isn't swinging anywhere. At best, for them, for the sellers, it's going to stabilize. But if it's swinging anywhere, it's swinging further down. It's not recovering this year. There's just no way. You can take this to the bank. I mean, again, I
Depends.
always confirm
I
it's
think
not.
Daytona might be exception.
Oh, sure, there are always exceptions, but the exceptions prove the rule. They don't. Like, you can't tell me that a skeletonized, AP Royal Oak has not only stabilized but actually gained in value to pretend that you're making an argument about the entire market. The market is not swinging upward anytime soon, certainly not by
No,
a
I'm
mile.
not talking about the market. I'm not talking about the market in general. I'm talking about the Rolex market. Two very different animals.
Same. Anything except for the Daytona. Don't expect. I mean, don't expect 5-digit, Rolexes to jump back up after March. It's not
No,
happening.
I think it'll be the ceramics that'll be affected by the price the most. I think if Rolex does this, and this is where my friend was theorizing this. He said, when you look at the catalog right now,
Mhm.
the Sky Dweller and Precious Metal has an Oyster Flex. The Daytona and Precious Metal has an Oyster Flex. The Yachtmaster has an Oyster Flex and Precious Metal. Who
Mhm.
doesn't have an Oyster Flex and Precious Metal? The sub. And everyone wants an Oyster Flex for the sub, but they think it's going to be the steel model, right? And
Mm.
Rolex won't do it. They'll do it in the precious metal. And when that happens, inevitably it will happen, I feel like as well. People are going to be pissed, right? And of course, the Submariner prices will then start to decline a little bit because nothing changed with the sub. Nothing changed with them. The 40 mils will fall down in price a little bit. Maybe probably another 2 to 3 grand by the end of the year. 5 grand total by the end of the year, I should say. 41s will probably drop back down to what, 2, 3 grand above retail, depending on what model it is on the 41s. They'll be not, but if Rolex does something drastic with the sub, which I don't really foresee why they would, yeah, then the prices would probably pop up a little bit.
Look, I'll tell you this. There are a few different ways to approach this. I will start with the easy answer. So the sub, even fanatics like me would concede, is no longer the definitive Rolex watch. It might still be what maybe the average person dreams up, to draw. Let's say if you say to someone on the street, draw a Rolex watch, they might draw something like a Submariner. They might draw something like a Day-Date. They might draw something like a Datejust. But in terms of sheer sales numbers within the professional range, both the Daytona and the GMT Master have overstepped, leapt over Submariner for
I
sure.
agree.
But Rolex has the tradition always of preserving, of sheltering, of protecting the Submariner. For example, it won't surprise you, even though you may not have heard about this, but the Yachtmaster was actually Submariner 2.0.
Yeah, the replacement. Yeah.
That's how it was designed. It wasn't designed as a separate line. The Yachtmaster, when it was being introduced in the early 1990s, it was going to be the new Submariner, and it was going to be the watch that opens the new CEO's era. Patrick Heinegger took over in 1992 from his father, and that was going to be the watch. That was going to be the new Submariner. But they didn't
That's
dare.
why the nickname the Rich Man Submariner came from too, because only the wealthy
Sure.
could afford it.
Exactly, but they didn't dare, just eliminating what the Submariner was and going through with the Yachtmaster as the new Submariner. They could do it with the new Air King. They can do it with the new Milgauss. They preserve a few elements from the previous generation and redesign it, right? But they did not do that with the Submariner. And same thing with the Daytona. Daytona was a hand-wound watch. It was smaller and it had slightly different aesthetics, but it was mostly carried over. And even between, not only between the automatic self-winding Daytonas from 88 to 2000 to now with the ceramic bezels and everything, not only between the self-winding ones, but even between like Paul Newman Daytonas and today's precious metal Daytonas, you can see so much visual resemblance that it's uncanny, right? They're different watches, size differences, proportion differences, slight layout differences, but it's always recognizable. So I don't see Rolex changing too much what the Submariner is, and I think they do mean like you said, hey, rich man Submariner, right? So if you want a Submariner on Oysterflex, you better pony up the cash and get a Yachtmaster 42 in white gold. That's it, or in yellow gold. You know, that's what you should be looking at. That's what they will probably say, and that's why probably they're saying anyways with their lineup. That's
Right.
essentially their statement.
I just got to say, Lord, though, it's wonderful being rich, being a rich prick like myself, being able to own a sub and a Yachtmaster.
I'm just disappointed that you didn't dare to get it with the chocolate brown dial. That's the only, that's my only nitpicking about your Yachtmaster. Otherwise, I love that
I
watch.
gotta be honest with you. I've thought about buying a chocolate dial quite a few times. I can't bring myself to have two Yachtmasters in one sitting. I think if anything, I would trade potentially. Um, I don't know. I just think the black dial isn't very it's seen very often, honestly. Everyone
Mhm.
wears the chocolate, and I understand why. It looks good, perhaps a little feminine, dare I say.
Sure.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll convince myself to trade. I don't. Yeah, maybe we'll see here. But I will say this though. I think the Yachtmaster, out of all my watches that I've had thus far here, the Yachtmaster is still the best watch, or the one watch I would take and leave the rest on the table for.
Oh wow, nice.
I
I
think
know.
that's because it was my first watch that I spent serious oh shit money on. That was my second Rolex, but it was my first one that I spent oh shit money on.
Pardon me. Um, and I know that that watch has a special place for you too. So I wouldn't want you to trade or something either. But hey,
I might.
maybe you should just get a chocolate brown dial, and when you get it serviced next time, you should just let them put that on for a
Yeah,
change.
maybe. Somebody told me, he said honestly, you should get rid of that watch. He said it's one thing to keep the Explorer. He said, but maybe get rid of that Yachtmaster. He said buy another one. He said you really don't, he said you really don't be thinking about the funeral every time you throw it on. I said yeah, it's a valid point. He said maybe buy another one. Maybe it's time.
Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. No comment from me on that. I think that's a decision that you and only you can make. Um, yeah, it's a tough goal.
You have to forgive me, Lord, if I'm a little distracted. I had this wind here just blew up one of my kitchen windows here, and it's blowing snow in my house.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Yeah, it's quite common actually for this to happen.
Sorry about that.
No, I mean that's the one thing that everyone see. I think everyone could deal with the snow. I think the snow isn't half the problem. It's the cold and the wind that everyone hates here. You get the snow, and then you get the 3 weeks on top of it of endless freezing temperatures, and it gets so cold that it kills the batteries in your cars. The winds get to be so bad that they'll blow open your shop doors, your barn
Mm.
doors, your garage doors, your windows. Yeah, it sucks here. Fuck me dead. Just put one through me already. There we
What?
go. That's better.
What's going on?
Oh no, I just so I had to clean away some of the snow that was piling up there, and then I just had to put some wood treatment on there. Like the pledge. Oh, we don't want the wood cracking.
Yeah, Mitch, we need to update the collection review, man. I wonder if I should wait for your next acquisition because I feel like it's coming up quite soon.
No, it won't be for a while. That much I know. It won't be for several months.
Oh, by the way, you posted this, right? Today, earlier, I was listening to the new episode of Perpetually Patek from Watchbox, right? And they had William Messina, who these days runs his own company, produces these sorts of micro brand collaborations, etc. But he was pretty big at a certain point in time among the Patek collector scene, and apparently he has just like our old man Archie Luxury, he has a soft spot for this 3919J especially, which was apparently quite a thing in its time, because this is a gentleman who is actually from Geneva. So when he was growing up, as a young man in Geneva, especially in the 80s, it was kind of the watch to have. And of course, at the time, he couldn't quite afford the complicated pieces yet. The 3940, which was the perpetual calendar. 3970 perpetual calendar chronograph was already stratospheric. The annual calendar wasn't introduced until mid 90s, of course. So this was the Patek to have, apparently, for the average person. So that has a lot to do with it, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm going to wait a few years before I get a Patek here.
No,
Maybe
no lady size. No lady size. No.
no lady size. I might wait till my 40s. God willing, I make it that far. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
I have to say again, I've tried many of these over the years. They're just way too small, even for my liking. I mean, you can have like one watch like this in your collection, I guess, but it's, for me, in the 21st century, this is not a watch that can be the cornerstone or the spine of your collection. Whereas I guess mid 80s, when it actually first came out, you can kind of see where it would fall. But these days, no, not really.
Aren't these like 33 mils, by the way? Just off the top of my head.
Oh yeah, I think it's less than 34. I know that for a fact. Um, I think on paper they might be even a little less than 33 as well, but I think 33 sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't foresee myself adding anything here in the next couple of months here. It's been nice to be able to kind of just screw around with excess money, so to speak. I've been looking at Louis Vuitton travel bags, actually. You know, it's kind of nice to have, like I said, just money that's not tied up for watches.
I don't know, man. It's in the modern age of travel, unless you're decorating your house, a nice duffel bag might be all you need, and you can of course dip into luxury for that.
Yeah, that's
Nothing.
what I'm looking at, more or less. It's like a weekender bag.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Why not?
Yeah, 3 grand. The problem is though, like I get why everyone buys Louis Vuitton to show off uh, the flex on the punters. But I actually I'm having trouble trying to find like a very subtle LV bag, one that doesn't have the logo just absolutely plastered all over it, which I get is counterintuitive probably. But I found one here, and it's like 3,500.
You know, again, I know you're not the type for this, but I would highly recommend for the duffel bag, especially, where you won't have the kind of problems that you sometimes encounter in Louis Vuitton um, briefcases, etc. There are a lot of Japanese sellers that have the old school taiga leather um, Louis Vuitton bags that are purely hatch grained leather with very subtle single monogram, the initials, like, in one corner of the bag. Otherwise, just pure quality, and you would pay a fraction of it at the mint condition. And at the end of the day, it's a weekender bag. You are supposed to throw it around, and in 2 days, it will be like that anyways, even if you buy it absolutely new.
Yeah,
Shmuel Basher,
yeah.
good morning. He asks, Meech, are you a farmer? Huge respect if you are. That's a tough profession. Ever watched Clarkson's Farm?
Uh, the answer to the first question is yes and no. I am and I am not. I always say I'm semi-retired at this point. And then the answer to the second question is maybe I have. I just don't recall.
Yeah, Shamba, as a rule of thumb, if you're asking Meech about a movie, chances are he hasn't watched it. So yeah, I don't know why that is. Maybe, I mean, I'm not saying this as a judgmental angle, Meech. Don't take me wrong, but did you grow up in a religious household? Is
Oh
that part
no,
of?
yeah, no, I don't take offense to this at all. No, but yeah, my mother was a huge Bible thumper. Now I always say she was of old school Bible thumping. So I have a neighbor gal who I work with quite extensively here.
Mhm.
And she's a Bible thumper herself, and she brought up to me. She's like, "Oh, I heard your mom was very religious as well." I said, "Yeah, but she's kind of like a polar opposite of you." And she said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I would say, for to kind of put it in comical terms, I said you're the King James version, right? Yeah, my mom was the Old Testament, so how I got introduced to God was through fear, essentially. So, if you stood around and stared at the sun too long, you're going to hell. If you picked your nose, you were going to hell. If you were standing around doing nothing, you were going to hell. So that's kind of my introduction to Jesus Christ. So, of course, reading and seeing certain films were also kind of forbidden.
That's
um,
that's what I wanted to hint at. Otherwise, I think, any from my standpoint, again, I don't. I'm a believer, so any belief in God for me is better than none. Again, no judgment implied to those who are atheists or agnostic or whatever else. So if that was through fear, that's better than not fearing God at all. But yeah, what I was trying to figure out is maybe you didn't watch a lot of this stuff, a lot of the movies, because you weren't supposed to, because your mom didn't let you watch them. And I
yeah,
guess
around my
that's part
teen
of it.
years, she started to kind of really let off the gas pedal a little bit. Of course, by then it was kind of what could have been is kind of just yeah, just a mystery. But my father was also kind of the same way. No, he wasn't the same way. How do I take that back? My father was in the same way that I am. I'll watch cartoons like that I've seen from the '90s. I'll watch that all day long.
Hmm.
And my father was the same way. He didn't really care for mystery movies. He didn't care for war movies really. Um, so he would spend most of his Sundays. He would be so of course me and my father lived in separate homes at this time, but every morning on Sunday morning, he'd be over at my place at like 5 a.m. You know, he'd be pulling everything out of the fridge and shit like that, putting together a sandwich. He would just have the weirdest diet sometimes, and he would have like a pickle sandwich right away in the morning, and he would turn on the TV and watch nothing but westerns all fucking day, all fucking day. That's all he'd watch. You know, so he never really got into modern shows, I guess, so to speak. I mean, he'd watch a few with me, but typically half the time he'd fall asleep with it. So yeah, I never really ventured in watching to certain movies. And now that I have the time, it's like, what's the point? I don't really pay like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just haven't gotten around to it in conclusion.
No, I mean, I understand. Again, the first few times I asked you this, it was a surprise, but now I feel like, yeah, of course, not everyone has to watch a certain set of movies, and especially in this time and age, where there are like a gazillion different services for streaming. You don't know where to start, so you just go one by one, whatever people recommend you, and whenever you find some time, you watch something. But your
Yeah,
taste
I'm
has
sure I'll get
developed.
around to them. It's just, yeah, I just, I don't know. I typically, I don't know. I'm rotating right now between four different shows, so I try not to go above that limit right now.
See, Shamba plays his cards right. I'm a God-fearing atheist.
See, I live really, really close to the church, and I always say, they always ask me, "Why don't you come over more?" And I always come up with bullshit excuses like, "Oh, it's such a long drive. Oh, the weather was terrible. I stepped outside and the weather was terrible, so I didn't want to drive." Like I to give you, like I literally can walk over the church. Put it that way. Anyway, so that's kind of the joke in himself. But I always kind of say, I always like to give the preacher shit because I know he can take it. So I'm always the objector, the one who defies the Bible to a degree. Like example being like genetically speaking, if you were to, if I were to take my sheep and breed them to the same family for the next 20 years, I would medically speaking, I'd run into problems and eventually it'd probably kill off the entire line. Now, if you look at the Bible, it says Adam and Eve pretty much populated the entire world because they fucked like rabbits. At some point, I would think genetics would take in, and you would have diseases which would probably shorten the Bible by at least 8 to 12 chapters. You would think here, right? And the preacher has yet to answer me on how such thing is possible, other than it says it's a miracle. So hey,
Hmm.
but yeah, it's little things like that I always kind of question him on and make him think, and he just sometimes he really doesn't have the answers, which is kind of concerning. He's supposed to be the one that is leading these people. He should know all the answers because that's why he's a preacher, is he not?
I mean, no one knows all the answers, but I understand the expectation. I understand the expectation. I think part of look again, maybe it's neither the time nor the place for this discussion, I'm sure, and probably too boring for the listeners, anyways. But I think to to be a believing person, you have to ask questions. You have to know also where to stop asking as well. But you can't find those lines. You can't come to terms with those boundaries and sometimes even red lines before you even start formulating the question. So, um, yeah, probably the pastor has some of the answers. Some he's yet to figure out. Others he will never know. And let's God handle it, basically. I think that's about it. There are only three ways
Right.
to get it.
I've always just kind of concluded this. And I tell most people about this, just in general here. In today's society, we question a lot of shit, right? We question why we need to take the vaccine. We question what goes in our food. We question our government. And with me is this. when we make these questions, we can typically find some sort of index of answers. Now, are these answers correct? It's up for debate, I guess. Sometimes it's not always clear cut, but people, if you're going to look at the nutrition facts on your food, you can take with a grain of salt that it's going to be fairly accurate. Um, or if you look at the medication that your doctor prescribes you, you can take
Mm.
with a grain of salt. Okay, it's probably going to help you. What I don't get is that there's legitimate source in which you can look at information and make a decisive decision. People are kind of basing their entire lives of their way of living off of somebody who's saying, I don't got no proof, I got nothing for facts, I got nothing to show you, you just have to take my word for it and begin. And that's and so they live their lives like that, not questioning. They'll question everything else around them. They'll even question science itself, but they just won't question this. To me, that's a bit of a
Mm.
trip.
Yeah, I mean that's why I said, that the belief has to go with questioning. And if you don't start questioning, you will also not know where to stop. So again, I respect everyone's belief or lack thereof, but for me, the kind of belief system you're describing, where you just never ask questions and you just trust everything to someone else or even some other entity, no matter, however transcendent and, omnipotent and omniscient, all knowing, all powerful, all whatever else. That doesn't, yeah, that's not my style. Um, yeah. I like these, by the way. Speaking of uh, smaller Pateks, the 37 millimeter crown guard version of the Calatrava. This is one of my all-time favorites, actually. I love it in white gold, but doesn't look bad in pink gold either.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad at all.
And as an absolute full set, it's under 20K. I know at some point these were trending at 29 at the height of the market, which was crazy, of course, and unfathomable to me, but they seem to have come back to reality to a certain extent. Probably still have a little bit more to come down. Without intending, I spoke a lot about Patek today. Huh? It's but 5127 is another reference that's very often ignored because it's one of those watches that are neither here nor there according to traditional binary divisions. But on the other hand, you can look at the 5127 um, as one of those early moments where Patek was trying to not necessarily take down, but blur this line between what is, elegant, formal, and dressy on the one hand, and what is, um, a little more aggressive, dynamic, and sporty. So for Patek to have a Calatrava with crown guards beyond the Aquanaut and Nautilus was quite sporty at a certain point in time. Trying to see when they were introduced because I can't really remember. I want to say in late 90s. Hmm. Yeah, I don't remember the exact date when it was introduced, but 5127 is an is a nice reference.
Didn't these run all the way up until like 2000? I want to say like 2008, 2009.
I think they might be discontinued even later than that. In 2013.
Okay.
2013 it was discontinued. Oh, it was introduced in 2005. And it had replaced at the time 507.
It only had an 8-year run. That's I don't know. That seems very short.
Yeah, because I think it for whatever reason, um it didn't hit the right spot in terms of the um in terms of the buyer. I mean, in a way, you might say, since it's a continuation um of 5107, which came out in 2002, um you know 10 years, 11 years, that's a good product cycle. um but all that being said, I think overall, yeah, it just was neither here nor there, as a Calatrava with crown guards for some reason. um People who wanted sportier Pateks went to the Aquanaut and Nautilus, and they weren't that popular to begin with in those years. And people who wanted Calatravas just went with something smaller. I mean, 37 millimeters, again, for as far as Patek goes, was quite large. Imagine the average Patek buyer at the time, where they could get um, a perpetual calendar chronograph in 3970 in a smaller package than this. Like, how does that make sense? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's mind-boggling, especially when you consider today's times.
So I think that's why I think it's still a kind of sleeper. um Archie has had a couple of these in the past, but it was the last one he had was the 5127G in white gold, which I think was a very nice one. um it's also automatic, right? That was the other thing. I think that was, in a way, it was too ahead of its time, if you know what I mean. I'm exaggerating just a little bit, but it's a Patek dress watch, but it's 37 millimeters. It's a Patek dress watch, but it has crown guards. It's a Patek dress watch, but it has a self-winding caliber inside it. um so a few things that weren't quite right, or quite what the customer expected. So, between 5107 and 5127, 10, 11 years in a product cycle, that's good enough. If it didn't hit the right spot, let's find something else. Let's find something new. Guys, last 10 minutes. So if you have any watch related questions, or any other issues that you would like to raise, feel free to send in with a super chat. Otherwise, we had two super chats today, so the first and last is already secured when it comes to the raffle. But of course, you can always squeeze in that last super chat and become the last person to enter the raffle. Yeah, Shamba. I'm a God-fearing atheist, and it's like Pascal's wager, right? There's that idea that was expressed by the French philosopher um, of the 17th century, where he dabbles in probabilities, right? And basically he weighs the costs and benefits, as we were talking about it earlier, Meech. What's the gain and loss in wagering that God exists? And if you take those two possibilities into account, if you're right, if he does exist, you gain all. If you lose nothing. If you die and there's nothing else in the afterlife, nothing beyond this worldly existence, you don't lose anything. Or at least that was his take on it, right?
Right.
So you either win all or lose nothing. So why not believe, which is Shamba Basher's path, apparently. Yeah, it's a pretty piece. Interestingly, there's not much in the market either. There are not many.
I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, we'll see what happens here in the next couple of months. Somebody suggested because everything basically revolves around Rolex. The rest of the year gets planned around Rolex, and I know people hate hearing that, but hey, Rolex is king. Rolex is a god, and they dictate how everyone basically rolls with the punches here. And the theory is, worst case scenario, Rolex really
Hmm.
does nothing with their sports line, and they throw everything they got at the date just. They just, I don't know, for some reason they make a date just for the Americans, 44 mil, and they get wacky colors with the date just. So, let's just say Rolex absolutely just shits the bed this year, and just puts all the faith in date just. I think you'll start to see a lot of the same right now, where everyone's going to be holding on to their Submariners, their Explorer 2s, the Milgausses, their Paddocks, their APs, because Rolex did fuck all this year. Now, of course, if Rolex goes crazy, you'll see a lot of the subs start to, really start to hit lower prices. And then Paddock will probably start releasing some interesting things to try and draw away some of the attention from Rolex. And then, of course, a bunch of Paddocks will start hitting the gray market. Um, I think by midsummer, you'll have a pretty good idea of what's available and what's not. And then towards the end of the year, that's when the real deals will start to kick in.
Hmm. Look, I mean, I don't deny that. I mean, think of it this way. Last year, Omega basically tried in two different ways to upstage Rolex, right? Both with that Moonswatch release and an entire, constellation of new releases that were more or less riffs on unobtainable but extremely popular Rolex models. And at the end, no matter what everyone else says about the Moonswatch event, they didn't succeed in what was their goal for late March to April. The roll of all those things they did, Omega did. Rolex made a flipped over, GMT watch and stole the thunder of the entire thing yet again, right? For no other thing than a bezel color and a GMT watch that was flipped over. So, the muscle that Rolex can flex and the kind of force they can exert on the market, I think, is undeniable. On the other hand, they certainly have no power with whatever it is that they will be doing to jumpstart the market. The watch market exists as a subset of the luxury goods market, which exists as a subset of a global economic system, global financial system. So it's whatever Rolex releases, if the market is going to continue its downward trend, it is going to continue its downward trend. Rolex can have a few exceptions under their belt. So will Patek, so will Audemars, so will a lot of the independents. But by and large, both the primary market and secondary market will continue to go down. Rolex can't pull it up just because it releases a few cool things.
I'm curious if Omega had been able to successfully gear a successful attack here this last year against Rolex. That meaning that their ATs were available and in stock. They were ready to go out to the punters. They didn't delay them for 3 times, and they're still. I've heard that they're on the verge of actually pulling the line here because they can't get them released for some reason. Anyways, and had they been able to release every one of their watches within a reasonable time frame of when they released them at Watches and Wonders, how much would the tide have changed from Rolex, considering that Rolex had a very lazy year of releases this year? I mean, what did they do? I don't think any. I mean, big shit. They took a sub from 40 to 41, and it's still like a 40, honestly. And they made a left-hand drive. Big shit. The rest was all garbage, honestly. How much the tides would have changed for Omega in their favor. But just due to the fact that Omega had supply issues, Rolex kind of rolled past them again for the 100th time in a year. It seems like Omega gets so close, but yet somehow they fuck themselves in their own ass. And I don't know whether it's. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, look, it would be an interesting counterfactual. I think that's an interesting thought experiment. I wish I could have a glimpse onto that alternate universe. I think even if their Chinese suppliers came through and they actually managed to put these watches on the shelf, I highly doubt that they would have been able to come up with sales numbers that would rival Rolex. In the meantime, they have lost their runners-up status to Cartier, so they have more to worry about than trying to upstage Rolex. They should stop looking over their shoulder to see where Tudor is. They should try to catch back up with Cartier. They should be doing other things, not try to beat Rolex at a game where they are still playing catch up. They should focus on whatever it is that they do best, which was and I think basically, by the way, the Spirit system is a great direction for them. I think the kind of innovation and technological improvement they bring was what got Omega through the early 2000s. I mean, that was their argument, right? This is a fraction of Rolex and we have a better movement. And that kept them at that solid runners-up spot for more than a decade. So I think they should continue that road by focusing on the Spirit system. They have the coaxial escapement. Now they have a silicon hairspring that can be fine-tuned, that can be, for all intents and purposes, regulated, which is something that no one else has at that industrial, mass-produced level. They should focus on those kinds of things rather than devise, silly marketing ploys so they can, leapfrog Rolex. They can't leapfrog Rolex. They don't sell, neither in terms of revenue nor in terms of units, anything comparable to Rolex. So I don't understand why they see themselves as rivals to Rolex.
Yeah.
That's like,
I
it's
don't
like,
think so.
with all due respect, again, I'm not an NBA person, but it sounds to me like Rolex and Omega sound to me like Lakers and Clippers. Clippers once every other season has a good team. When was the last time they won the title? Have they ever?
Well, I mean, I don't think, when you talk about, I mean, if you want to talk about NBA terms, the Clippers are kind of small shit compared to, because you see, the biggest rival has always been the Lakers and Celtics, honestly.
Yeah,
So the Clippers are just
exactly.
just that weird third party that LA has to
Exactly.
put up with like once in like
Exactly.
5 years, you know?
Exactly. That's the point. That is the point. I mean, Omega and Rolex are rivals because they are based, they came out of the same town, Biel or Bien, as the French name has it. Otherwise, if Rolex competes with anyone, and that's not in terms of the numbers, but prestige and name recognizability, it's Patek, not Omega. Omega is great, but it's not a rival to Rolex. I mean, it's maybe in the 70s, when the Speedmaster was the thing, when it was all the rage, when it's when it won the horological space race. That's it. That was their moment. After that, the quartz crisis hit, and they were lucky enough that they rode that through, and with Jean-Claude Biver, they were completely saved. And we should all be grateful with with the Speedmasters and the Bond watches that they provided throughout. And they have found, I think they have found their own realm, more or less, with the coaxial escapement. And now, like, the widespread use of silicon hairsprings, with the new Spirit system, they can hit another gear, and they should focus on their own thing rather than trying to rival someone who is, quite frankly, a couple of leagues above them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who was it? Theon Harris put up a video, and I'm not going to get into the details, but one point they made the argument of saying, like, I think Christian said, when somebody asked, "Oh, what Rolex should I get?" He said, "I don't even recommend Rolex because you can't get them." He said, "Just go to Omega." He said Omega is just as good as Rolex, and so on and so forth. He did the whole spiel, and I put in the comments, and I said, "Look, I said Omega will never be as good as Rolex. They just won't be. Omega is where you go when you're a Rolex reject. When Rolex says, we don't want you, you're not good enough for our product, get the fuck out of our store."
I
And that's where
disagree
most
with
Omega
that
guys
too.
go.
No, I disagree with that too. I think Omega is just different. I think they're two incomparable products. I think Omega is a different kind of watch. I never, again, it doesn't make sense. I have a lot of respect for Omega, but it never makes sense to me to send people like, okay, I'm an Omega collector. Where should I go next? I would not say Rolex. And in the same way, I can't get Rolex. Where should I go next? I would not say Omega. because the two brands really have nothing to do with each other. I mean, it's they have different kinds of watches. Yes, they each have their own chronograph and they each have their own dive watch and whatever else. But otherwise, it's really apples and oranges. I mean, quite frankly, if you're an Omega collector and you want to, not just slide into some other brand, but want a genuine upgrade, go to something like Vacheron Constantin. If you can afford it, go for Patek. But Rolex, why bother? And in the same way, if you can't get Rolex, get something else. But Omega is not the cheaper alternative. Omega is different. You want someone who wants Rolex wants the prestige that goes with it, wants the implication of luxury, wants the implication of legacy, the iconic design. So what does Omega have? The Speedmaster. And now that it costs an obnoxious amount of money, somehow it has made it to that level? No, it's not the same. There's no comparison. It's not just as good. In many ways, it used to be better even before Rolex caught up with everything else, by improving their movements at that glacial pace as they always did.
Yeah, we'll see here, I guess. But look, I mean, I know it pisses off the Omega guys because it's true, but a lot of the times, you know what? Those quote unquote diehard Omega fans were just Rolex rejects that got cranked out, and they say, well, finally once they get into Rolex, they say, well, yeah, well, Omega was my first, but now none of that matters anymore. And look, there's no shame into it. There's no shame into it. Everyone had to run the gauntlet, right? We had to fucking drag our ass into Tudor, and after Tudor, we went to Omega. Now we're finally in the Rolex League.
Okay. Symbolically, I have to put him in the background because this is a bunch of nonsense. Welcome back, Mitch. That's okay.
The truth. I'm being censored here. I'm being censored.
No, I mean, look, it is what it is. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think it's just too strong of a characterization, and I think Omega is just different, not worse, not better. It's not even in the same league.
I still like them. I do, but I think there's no doubt they need to clean up the catalog. Get the catalog
for
cleaned
sure.
up, and it'll help them immensely here. Fuck me, Dad.
I think they really. I don't think that's ever gonna happen, but I think.
Oh, of course not.
Okay, forget about Omega specifically, but I think Swatch Group needs actually they need to do a little bit of a spring cleaning. I think they have no business owning 17, major watch brands. But I mean, let's say, 5 or 6 of them are really minor league, but you cannot have Hamilton, Tissot, Longines, Omega, Blancpain, Breguet. You can't have all of that. Glashütte Original. You can't. You can't. Müller, no, not Müller, but the other Union Glashütte is theirs too. I mean, they have 2 brands in Germany, Glashütte. They have 2 brands like Blancpain and Breguet that are some of the oldest and most cherished and storied names in horology. They have Omega, one of the biggest heritage brands. Then they have Tissot and Longines, again, 2 very comparable brands. I mean, they have Certina. They have everything. I mean, they have to really drop and restructure some of their holdings because, when clearly there's no strong supervision when it comes to each and every one of them. I wish they just let go of some of them, so people with more initiative, more of a specific vision, would take them somewhere else. Like, I mean, I'm sure they're never gonna sell Omega unless, like, the whole world goes up in flames. But maybe they will get rid of Breguet at some point, or Blancpain. Why not? And they should, because they clearly don't care. Harry Winston. I mean, what has Harry Winston been doing with watches? Opus used to be the most interesting watch that came out in every Basel fair. When was the last time we heard anything about Harry Winston watch? Never.
Isn't Maurice Lacroix in that shithole of a pile as well too? Like, what the hell? I mean, who's buying that?
Wait, let me see. Swatch Group watches. We can count them all. I mean, I got through most of them, but okay. So Breguet, Harry Winston, Blancpain, Glace Original, Jacques Dro. I forgot that. Léon Atto. I haven't seen a Léon Atto watch for the longest time. Omega, Longines, Rado, Union Glasuta I mentioned, Tissot I mentioned, Balmain, the French fashion brand that apparently has some watches as well. Swatch and Flick Flack we don't have to mention. Hamilton I mentioned, Certina I mentioned, and Mido. So Mido and Rado I forgot from the significant ones, and Jacques Dro as well. Léon Atto
I have
I
a
don't
soft
even.
spot for Mito, but I mean, yeah, they really haven't. They really don't do a whole lot. Their entire their entire platform is based off the Ocean Star, and that's what's carrying them right now at this point.
Honestly, I have nothing against any one of these brands, but it seems like they have a bunch of duplicates in the whole range, because Breguet and Blancpain are entirely comparable. Longines and Tissot, entirely comparable. Mido, Rado, and Certina, entirely comparable. So, and Hamilton has overlaps with, Mido and Rado on one hand, and Longines and Tissot in the other. So, this they can do with a lot of streamlining. I mean, I should save this rant for some other episode maybe, but it's a sticky subject, and I think it is important to talk about. I wish maybe I'll bring the professor in for something like this. Um, but that's it for tonight. Yeah, these are their holdings in watches.
Yeah, no, I mean, trim the fat, I guess, in both regards. Omega needs to clean up the catalog, and yeah, you could really start laying off a few of these brands. Honestly, I mean, I feel like lay off the ones that could stand on their own 2 feet. I feel like Hamilton would definitely be a one that should in theory be able to stand on its own feet at this point.
I mean, look, I'm sure the corporate answer to this would be, or to someone who's a fan who is articulate and wants to defend Swatch Group, will probably say, hey, by all means, they're independent already. They have their own CEOs and their own executive structure, etc. But we all know that's not how things work, right? They can't, none of these companies can actually chart their own course without being in some way curtailed or directed or guided, or encouraged in certain ways and pushed in certain ways by the larger um, corporate structure. So at the end of the day, like you said, they could benefit from selling one or a few of these companies, which are, again, I think for me they look like duplicates. To me, Blancpain and Breguet are two of the same. Longines and Tissot are two of the same. Mido and Rado are two of the same. So, they need to do something about that. All right. Thank you everyone for your presence and support, and thank you, Meech, for coming on the panel and keeping me company. It's always a pleasure. We can return to the auction previews and reviews for the rest of the week. No problem with that. In the meantime, hit the like button, please, on the way out. Thank you for your presence and support in the chats. Bezels, and Jake Brooks, thank you for the super chats. I appreciate you. You have been both entered into the raffle. I've already read Jake Brooks's number. Bezels gets number 47. And we go forward. I'll see you guys tomorrow around the same time. And until then, stay safe. Be careful. It's dangerous out there in this wild, wild world of watches. In the meantime, don't forget to enjoy your watches. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. Until then, goodbye. Adieu.